சார் 2 மணி நேரம் ஆகும்.
ஜாயின் மேம் ஸ்பெஷல் சரி மேம்.
நல்லா குடிச்சிட்டேன். ஆமா யாரும் பேசுறாங்க?
Good morning, dear participants. Happy to see you all again. Participants, please keep your audio and video muted. Questions and answer session will be held after each presentation. If you have any questions, participants, kindly keep your mic muted. The question and answer session will be held after each presentation. If you have any queries or any questions, we kindly request you to post it in the chat box. Feedback link will be sent in the chat box at the end of the last session. E-certificates will be mailed after the submission of the feedback form. Kindly note the e-certificates will be mailed after the submission of the feedback form. So let's have a short recap of yesterday's session. A very short recap of yesterday's session. The first session yesterday was by Dr. Lakshmi Ranganathan. She gave us an overview on qualitative research. I think ma'am has given a very beautiful, she very beautifully briefed out about what is qualitative research tradition, golden criteria of qualitative research, and the merits of demerits of qualitative research. The second session was on grounded theory research by Dr. Lata Venkatesan. Ma'am explained about the importance of grounded theory, methods of coding, and different steps of doing analysis for grounded theory research. And the third session was on qualitative case studies by Dr. Swad. She elaborated on qualitative case studies, its application, and explained the different phases of doing a qualitative case study analysis. And the last session was on ethnographic research by Dr. Sambat Kumar. Sir has highlighted the scope of ethnographic studies in the recent days with many examples with incorporating ethnography into healthcare setting and nursing. I think all of us have always thought ethnography means culture and learning about people. But after the session, I think it was a great eye-opener for all of us. And Sir has also motivated the nursing fraternity to take up more of ethnographic studies in future. So I hope yesterday's session was really informative and useful to all the participants. So now we will move on to today's session in a short while. The first session for today. A word is a bud attempting to become a twig. How can one not dream while writing? It is a pen which dreams. The blank page gives the right to dream, says Gaston. The first speaker for today is Dr. Gerald Amando Madrid. Sir has completed his Bachelor's of Nursing Science in Macquarie University in 1999, Masters of Science in Nursing Education and Administration at Embarara University of Science and Technology in 2002, a Doctor of Philosophy in Infectious Disease at the University of South Africa in 2014. Sir has started his career as a registered nurse, clinical instructor, clinical supervisor, senior lecturer, and is currently working as an assistant professor in administration and nursing administration and program coordinator, fundamentals and administration department, College of Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat. Sir has around 20 years of experience in both teaching and clinical areas. His areas of expertise includes leadership and management, nursing education, and infectious disease. Sir has been the post coordinator for nursing administration in theory and clinicals, psychosocial aspects of care, teaching strategies for health promotion, leadership management, and professional issues. Sir has also undertaken many administrative responsibilities too in his career, publication and research work. Sir has published articles on overcoming cultural barrier in nursing education and knowledge and competency of nursing students in nasogastric feeding. Has done many poster and podium presentations in national and international conferences. Sir has also done many workshop presentations specifically on doing qualitative research design and approaches, strategies for effective transcription, coding analysis, and research writing. So I think we have the most efficient and the right person with us today to talk about phenomenological studies, its philosophy and applications. Sir, we invite you for the same. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the nice introduction. And I would like to start by thanking Dr. Nirmala and all the staff of the College of Nursing for having organized such a beautiful conference that, according to my screen, has 356 people. So I'm really excited to be part of this. And I will be presenting, as announced, really a session on phenomenology. And so this is something I consider dear to me because my mentor taught me to always be able to share this information. And so I take this opportunity to share with you. I just want to confirm that you can clearly see my screen.
Yes, sir.
All right. So my name, as announced, is Dr. Gerald, and I am Assistant Professor of Nurse Admin. And I take this privilege to once again thank Dr. Nimela and all the staff, the organizers, and all the participants to show here. Now, I want to preframe my talk by saying that this is one of the areas that's gaining a lot of attention in nursing. And I'm really glad that the organizers have scheduled this because, as you know, especially right now during Corona times, we are facing a lot of challenges that need us to be able to understand experiences from the people who actually go through them. And so I take the pleasure to welcome you. And before we go further, I bring you greetings. I bring you greetings from Muscat. And I would like you to take a minute to just look at that picture This is how Oman looks like. I'm based in Muscat as announced. So this is your greetings from here. And I would like us to also move on now with our presentation. I would like us to start home. What do you see in this picture? Why is it important to you? How does this apply to you? Now, I do not need the answers at this point. However, these are the questions that a phenomenological researcher would ask. Obviously, this picture is taken from the school website, and I would like to thank them for displaying such beautiful pictures. All right, so one of the key things as a phenomenologist is really for a presentation like this to start with the basics, what phenomenology is all about. So phenomenology is both a philosophy and a research method that is used to characterize any work in research, in theory or practice that emphasizes first-person experience. Okay, and that's why I reflected on the picture I just presented the earlier page. So it's a philosophy and a research method. And in this presentation, we are going to look at some basics of the historical aspects, and then we are going to transition to how this should influence our research based on basics that were laid yesterday by the various presenters. Now, phenomenology is best suited to capture first-hand perspective of those who have experienced the phenomenon. In other words, we do this by returning to a fresh and rich description of the experience. Okay, now, what we need to do as phenomenology researchers is to understand that it is a knowledge discipline that helps us to investigate consciousness in both ordinary day life and in science. So as a discipline, phenomenology is not only for science, because we are nurses, but also to understand, to investigate things that happen in everyday life. Now, phenomenology helps us to understand human consciousness when dealing with situations, all the situations that we experience as lived experience. So that's something very important for us as scientists. Now, these lived experiences, as we know, can be sad, can be happy, can be difficult, just like birth, like death, like injury. So it's anything that really is of importance to the researcher that affects us as human beings. Now, what is the implication of phenomenology and human phenomena? Just like we said, it can be used for something that's laughable, like this cartoon here, or something like in ordinary day life, like constructing a house, or like we mentioned, the experience of birth. So it really allows us to understand human phenomenon from first-hand perspective of those who have experienced it by returning to a rich description of the experience. So that is important. That's something I would like us to always remember, okay? So it is really helping the researcher go back to the experience. Just like how this mother gave birth to this beautiful baby, or how some student passed their entrance exams and is celebrating joining a prestigious school like the college that is hosting this seminar, right? So it's really, it varies, it's global, if you like, it's holistic in nature. So it's very important for us to see that the scope, the human phenomena we can study is varied and is broad. Okay, so let's do some bit of history. Now, phenomenology allows us to, let's just move a little bit behind. So phenomenology allows us to, let me just say. Now, the origin of phenomenology, we said, is from the 20th century scientists that came as a result of exploring human phenomenon. that was independent of the person experiencing it. So you remember in the olden days, the focus was only on traditional science, mathematics, physics, chemistry. Okay, so by the 21st century, it became apparent that things happening in our environment were of importance. And this is where philosophy and psychology moved towards the area of phenomenology. All right, so the founders of phenomenology, Husserl, sought to create a rigorous and unbiased approach to study things as they appear in human consciousness. Okay, so the idea was that human consciousness would be able to be extracted so that the researcher would come face to face with what is going on in the life of a person. Okay, so what is going in the life of a person became very important, and this is where phenomenology came from. All right, now phenomenology differs. Phenomenology, right? I seem to have problems with my screen. I want to be able to do it here. It's easier if I do it myself. Okay, so phenomenology differs from other human science research approaches like ethnography or grounded theory because it makes a distinction between the appearance and essence of first person. So the whole point here is for the researchers to know that unlike ethnography or grounded theory, what is important is we focus on the essence, the important points. Like for a mother, what is important to be looking after a child? For a teacher, what it means to make sure the student understands something, or for the student to make sure they learn nursing skills. So that's really what is of importance. Okay, so phenomenology concentrates on asking what the nature or meaning of something is. Okay, so what is the nature of this experience? What does it mean? Okay, and so it demands the inquiry to look at what he or she meets in the immediate experience. So by dealing with the patients, by dealing with the participants, we're able to go to understand what does it mean for this? What is the nature of this? What is the meaning to the person experiencing this experience, right? So that is the focus. So in terms of transition, so transition is like where we came from and where we went in, right? And we did mention that in the 20th century, when philosophers were moving from traditional science to human science, there was this movement from what Husserl, the gentleman here, you see on my left, Husserl, Edmund, mentioned from pure description as advocated by Husserl to interpretation advocated by this gentleman, by Heidegger. So you see, there was a movement from pure description and to interpretation. Okay, so we are going to talk about that a little bit. So what actually did happen? What happened is that originally the focus was come to my life as a person, whether I'm a teacher, I'm a nurse, I'm a police officer. I tell you my experience and you describe the experience as is. Just focus on the experience, not so much whether I'm a police person, whether I'm a housewife, whether I'm a farmer, right? But as the years went, this is where interpretation gained ground as a result of the work of Heidegger. So Heidegger did mention that it's better to study people from within their context, as a teacher, as a nurse, as a police officer. So this is where the transitions began. And I'd like to give this as an important basis for us to engage more nurses into phenomenology, because as I know, a lot of nurses find it a little bit abstract. And that's why I'm going into these details. And I'm really hoping, and I do believe that this material is going to be shared with you. And I've also included references that are quite useful. So in terms of the first part, descriptive phenomenology, the focus is that the inquirer, that's the researcher, explores, analyzes, and describes the phenomena as free as possible from presuppositions. So presuppositions are assumptions so that they can gain a near real picture. So near real because it cannot be real, right? Because it has already happened. But your responsibility as a researcher is to get as close to the experience as possible. As you see this gentleman, he's looking into the dark. This is the attitude of the descriptive phenomenologist, looking into the dark to see as clearly as possible the real picture of the experience. So here the researcher is supposed to describe the account narrated to them as clearly as possible. So what is important for the researcher? To focus on pure experience without any preconceptions. And so this understanding by Hassel led to the notion of what we call phenomenological epoch, or commonly referred to as bracketing. So here the idea is the researcher sheds and puts aside everything you know, whether prior knowledge or your own understanding, you put this aside. And so when you go into the research environment, you go with a very, very clear mind. Okay, so that is what descriptive phenomenology is all about. Now, on the other side, later on, as we mentioned earlier, interpretive phenomenology, which sometimes we call hermeneutic and other related words, arose when Heidegger steered away from some of the views. Okay, steered away from some of the views, and let me just go back. It's moving faster, I don't know. Something is happening. Let me go back. Something is happening to, okay, so I'll just make it manual. So we said interpretive phenomenology arose when Heidegger steered away from some of the views of Hassel. And so Heidegger began to search answers to the meaning of being, okay? And focus pertinently, that is very focused, on understanding a deeper, to get a deeper understanding of lived experience. And so although phenomenology that is interpretive or hermeneutic is still related to descriptive phenomenology, now it has distinct features in guiding research. Now, what is important for us to understand is that phenomenology becomes hermeneutic when its method and its focus is interpretive, okay? And it helps us to attain a deeper understanding rather than simply describing the experience, okay? So basically what we are seeing here is the researcher needs to focus on going much, much deeper. So the focus is the researcher needs to go deeper and just more than describing. You remember in descriptive, we said the focus is describing, bringing it in pure form. However, when we go interpretive or hermeneutic, the impression or the output should be interpreting what it means for the person in control, in charge of the experience. Now, let's look a little bit on the influence of both descriptive and interpretive phenomenology on nursing research. Like we said before, although there is shared history, differences absolutely exist between the two, and this is what we're going to do. So I will focus on 5 areas. The first is how this difference influences the focus of research. The second is the role of prior knowledge in the research process. The third is outcome and goal of research process. And we get, as a difference, the value of context. And finally, how we apply this knowledge within the profession of nursing. So these are the 5 areas that I'm going to be focusing on to lay a foundation for us to see and make a decision on whether we go descriptive or we go interpretive when we are conducting nursing research. So in terms of focus, descriptive phenomenology focuses on knowledge description, on a knowledge generation that is through direct exploration, analysis, and description of human phenomenon, as we said before, as free as possible from unexamined presuppositions. Like I said, you have to stay clear of your own understanding, but go as possible to get what is purely by the people experiencing. So basically, the phenomenologist who is descriptive in orientation seeks to answer the question, what is it like to undergo a particular experience? So the researcher sheds light on lived experience as is first lived, firsthand. So that's key. So the question here is, what is it like to undergo a particular experience? For instance, if somebody has survived a road traffic accident and they've been taken to hospital, they had surgery and they've recovered. So a phenomenological nurse would be using the descriptive approach, would want to see how was it like to undergo maybe the surgery, survive the accident and things like that, so that the experience would be found from this gentleman or gentle lady who has survived that accident. Now, on the other side, the interpretive phenomenologist would want to go deeper, would not want to stop at just understanding the experience, but would like to go to find the hidden meanings in the experience as a nurse, as a teacher. So the whole point here for the interpretive phenomenology is to move from simply raising awareness about a phenomenon that is poorly understood by simply describing it, but then you go deeper to attain a broader and deeper understanding, what it means for them, surviving a road traffic accident as a teacher, as a nurse, as a student. And the key point here is you have to cover them or cover your study within the social cultural context. So this is very, very important. So if you were to imagine just for a moment, so descriptive phenomenology, the focus is one level, okay? But the interpretive phenomenology is one level deeper, because after getting the basic understanding, then you go one step deeper and say, okay, yes, the experience is so and so for everybody, right? But what does it mean for a teacher, a primary school teacher, a university teacher, for a patient, for a director, right? Because then you have to situate the experience in their socio-cultural context. And that is very, very important when you're designing your research and choosing whether I'm interested just in the description of the experience, or I would like to understand it from the broader perspective as a human being occupying the space of a mother, as a human being occupying the space of a student. So that is important for us to decide which focus we'd like to take. The second is the role of knowledge, prior knowledge. So this is what sometimes we call bias. In descriptive phenomenology, the researcher is expected to bracket, that is, stay away from prior knowledge. And this came from the belief by Hassel that bracketing helps the researcher to abandon their prior learning and biases, okay? And this form of reduction, sometimes we call it reduction, this is the reason why you find that some scholars say if you're going to do qualitative research, you should not do in-depth literature review prior to data collection. So this is the process of reduction. So I'm hoping that after this session, you're going to get new learnings that should help you do better phenomenology. So on the other side, what does role of prior knowledge do with interpretive framework? Now, with hermeneutic phenomenology or interpretive research tradition, pre-understandings are not bracketed. Okay, so let me say that again. Now, with the interpretive framework, you do not put aside your prior knowledge. Rather, it should be integrated as part of the research. And this is why Heidegger said that interpretation is our inevitable way of being in the world. When something happens to me, we interpret it from our own lens, as a father, as a teacher, as a patient. So we interpret. So Heidegger believed that we already interpret everything. So it is better we go all in. We just don't stop at understanding the experience slightly, but we have to go deeper and make sure we understand it in a complete way based on how we exist in the world as teacher, as farmer, as whatever. So the researcher does not break their preconceptions, but rather we stay open, have empathy, and are reflexive in the way we present ourselves. Now, let's go forward. The third difference is the outcome of the research. Now, in descriptive phenomenology, the researcher arrives at what we call universal essences. So universal from the word universe, which means overall. And this is based on the assumption that pure description without any preconceptions by the researcher is possible. So you are interested in only finding the experience, regardless of whether it is for a mother, whether it's for a teacher, whether it is for an army man, right? So the researcher here is supposed to unveil how a particular experience presents itself with nothing added and nothing subtracted. So this is very important. So you are supposed to just focus on the experience as is, as described to you, okay? So this helps you to answer, what is it like to survive a road accident? What is it like to pass a board exam? What is it like to fail an interview? What is it like to lose your firstborn child? You know, all those kind of experiences. We just go, we are not worried about any of the context the sufferer goes through. Okay, so that is very, very clear distinction. So the outcome comes with a pure description of what something is like. On the other hand, the interpretive phenomenology seeks to enter another person's world. Okay, so seeks to enter another person's world and to discover the hidden meanings that are there. So the resulting meaning is really then a blend of the researcher's understanding of the phenomenon. Okay, the researcher's understanding of the phenomenon plus the participant generated information, and finally data obtained from other sources. As you can see here with me, there are three elements. You have the researcher's prior understanding based on literature review and personal experience maybe, what the participants will tell him or her, and then finally other sources of data, maybe artifacts, maybe field notes or things like that. So in interpretive phenomenology, you put all this together. So the product is what Gadamer says, fusion of horizons, okay? So the horizons of the researcher, the horizon of the participant, and what is in the text all come together. So fusion means they come together. So you're picking everything and understanding it from a holistic perspective. And this is similar to what Heidegger mentioned, hermeneutic circle of understanding. So you get understanding, prior understanding from literature, from the field, and from existing data. And this forms a bigger understanding of the concept or the lived experience you are trying to understand. And that is a very significant outcome of the research process. Whereas descriptive is pure description, as is, here is an integrated understanding of the lived experience. And so the other point here is value. what is the value of context? You remember, context is the environment of the occurrence. The context, is it from the perspective of a teacher, from a police officer, from a politician? That context in which we operate is important. Now, with descriptive phenomenology, Hasso believed that the researcher needed to focus on what he called, excuse me, let me go back. Okay, the researcher needed to focus on what we call radical autonomy. So autonomy is independence, right? And for this, Hasso believed that humans are uninfluenced by their culture, by their society. And because of that assumption, the researcher has simply to describe the essential elements of the phenomenon without paying attention to the socio-cultural context of participants. And as a result of this, the outcome should just be a single correct interpretation of lived experience that is understood independently of the context. So that's very important. So like we said before, value of context is not key within descriptive phenomenology. So if in your mind you want to do a study where you think the value of who a person is, whether they're a mother, whether they're a nurse, whether they're a doctor, whoever they are, the context is not important, but you're only interested in the experience, then I would advocate that you go for descriptive phenomenology. And then that takes us to the next. What about within the framework of interpretive phenomenology? Now here, Heidegger said, and his followers, that human beings are linked to and embedded in the world. So according to Heidegger, we are part of the world. The world is us and we are the world. We are kind of together. And so because of this connectedness, all research efforts should put our social cultural context so that the knowledge we derive should be based on the individual experiences within their circumstance as a teacher, as a student, as a nurse, as a driver, for instance. So our context is very, very important. And this is how the concept of what we call positional knowledge or situated meanings came to be. So that when you are doing research, you need to understand the phenomenon from the person's life world realities of time, okay? Space, their relationships, their culture, their work, and things like that. So this is very key. The context here is very key. So you go deeper and build in their context. And then finally, we have, how do you apply this knowledge within the discipline of nursing? Now, descriptive phenomenology results in context-free and universal knowledge. So like we said before, the researcher focuses on understanding what it is for a person to experience or a group to experience a phenomenon, and the professional knowledge built is generated only understanding poorly understood phenomenon so that others can know the essential features of that element, okay? So that then you can say, okay, if it is losing a firstborn child, regardless of who loses, whether it is a single mother, whether it is somebody who is highly employed, stay-home mother, you know, somebody from a high economic status, all that experience within the descriptive phenomenology is considered same, right? So we just focus on that experience. And on the other side, within the descriptive, we are saying the knowledge not only generates new knowledge about the characteristic, but okay, so this is a mistake. This is supposed to be interpretive, so my apologies. I'll just change this. For interpretive, the result is, let me just put this again. So for interpretive, Something is really, really happening to my slide. Okay, we said for interpretive phenomenology, the researcher not only generates new knowledge about the characteristics of a phenomenon, but it goes to obtain detailed description of a typical experience, how it affects them. Okay, so the researcher investigates how the phenomenon differs or affects the person holistically in relation to their body, space, and time, and all the other variables. So the knowledge generated therefore generates accurately the picture of a given experience and how this affects them in their normal life landscape as a teacher, as a nurse, as a driver. So this is very key. So just this is the point I want you to put this as interpretive. Okay, so this is a typo here. So as we come to close, what is the implication of phenomenology as a research? This is just a rejoinder that as a research method, phenomenology is principally concerned with elucidating first-person experience. So to the related first-person experience, the inquirer, that is you and me, the researcher, needs they have to focus on what these experiences are really like so that we can relate them well. This is the focus of descriptive phenomenology. Then secondly, what these lived experiences are really like and what they mean to those who go through them, the approach would be interpretive phenomenology. So basically what I'd like you to take home here is that when you want to go one step deeper to what this means in the natural landscape of the different aspects of life, you need to focus on interpretive phenomenology. So that's very, very key. And for accurate conceptualization, when doing research, then the researcher needs to conform to the tenets of phenomenology as a philosophy and a research method throughout the process of data generation, analysis, and reporting, so that you follow both the descriptive or interpretive tradition as closely as possible. So that's very important. So during research of phenomenology, depending on whether you choose interpretive or descriptive, you have to follow the rules accordingly. So that's an important rejoinder. So also, the data you generate should be narrative, should be rich, should be concrete, and should reflect as much as possible the truth, not the researcher's hypothesis or opinions. Rather, the narrative should reflect the first-hand experience of what happened, how it happened, and what it means to them within their different contexts. Okay, so that's very, very important. And our take-home message is the use of descriptive or interpretive variants of phenomenology as a research method has continued to expand from philosophy to its current use in disciplines such as nursing, because it is the best option to describe lived experience meaningfully. So that's one important take-home message. And in practice, the specific analytical steps you take during an inquiry depend on whether you as a researcher is aligned along descriptive or interpretive frameworks. And this determination ideally should be by the research objective. So if you want only pure description of what the experience without the context, go for descriptive. If you'd like to go deeper to get a holistic view based on the landscape as a teacher, as a nurse, then go for interpretive. And that brings us to references. Like I mentioned before, these are good resources that can help you. And I would like to thank all of you for listening to me, and I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, you have
Hello, I do not hear.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, please post in chat box. Sir?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Sir, they are,
Hello?
Yes, I can hear now.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning. Good morning,
Sir,
ma'am.
good morning, sir. I'm Lieutenant Colonel K.K. Chatterjee from College of Nursing AFMC, sir.
Thank you.
Pune. Sir, thank you for a very lucid presentation, sir. Actually, we are into mixed research methods. We were trying to experiment with mixed research methods. So my query was, in a mixed research method, if you have a quantitative and a qualitative portion, and in the qualitative portion, you want to do it in phenomenological research, and at the end of data analysis, if you are putting those two together, do you name it as integrated phenomenological research, or do you still name it as descriptive? Because we are taking the descriptive data from the patients, from our research subjects, we are coding them, and then we are trying at the end to assimilate the quantitative and the qualitative portion and give a meaning to the research, the results generated. So I wanted to know, can we name it as integrated, or do we still name it as descriptive phenomenology, sir?
I just want to paraphrase what I've heard. Now, integrative research or phenomenological research, there are a number of combinations in literature. So ideally, I'm saying ideally, if you'd like to do a mixed method research,
Yes.
you are supposed to start with the qualitative, okay? Because ideally, philosophically, if you take the best option, is you start with a qualitative approach to find out the details of what you actually want to explore quantitatively. So it would be a two-phase research. You start with qualitative. It can be phenomenological, it can be grounded theory, it can be narrative inquiry, whatever choice. That's not important, but ideally, you should start with the qualitative data option. Now, so once that is done, then you're supposed to integrate those views into a questionnaire, which will then be administered quantitatively and analyzed, so that when you do data analysis, you both have the narrative information, which can then support the quantitative findings. So that way you get a blended study. That would be my best answer to that. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Sir, always is it so that the qualitative portion?
I can't hear you, ma'am. You're broken.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe let's go to the next person.
Dear participants, any other queries? Please post it in chat box.
Yes,
Hello?
we are seeing. Yes, please go on.
I'm losing actually the connectivity. Sir, I just wanted to know, always is it like that the domain needs to be the bigger one and the quantitative domain should follow, or can it be in embedded research? One domain can be bigger, so quantitative domain we can do, and we can further explore by a qualitative domain and name it as an integrated phenomenological research.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Your voice is broken. It is not audible, ma'am. Can you please post in chat box, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I will do so. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a question from a diploma from AIMS. As phenomenology is more subjective, how can we rely on the result? Can we reduce the chance of bias? That's an excellent question, diploma, Dipomala from AIMS. Now, phenomenology is subjective, and human beings are actually subjective. I want you to think with me. As a person, are you actually objective or you are more subjective than? Because we see love differently. We see hatred differently, right? When you see a sky, somebody may see the blue sky, somebody may focus on the clouds, somebody may look at the stars. So as human beings, we tend to be subjective. However, as researchers, we are supposed to be as objective as possible. And that's why I said, based on whether you go for descriptive or interpretive approach, you have to follow the rules. And just like how somebody telling you a story, maybe your grandmom, okay, she used her experience to tell you the experience of something that happened in the past. It is subjective and objective all integrated together. So I would definitely say bias is not as bad as it looks to be, because after all, as human beings, we are biased. Nobody is perfect, right? And so the aim here for nurses, as nurses, is to understand things from the perspective of somebody. If a man tells you that by failing to get married, I feel hopeless, and another man says, by not being married, I feel happy, who is wrong? None of them is wrong, right? It is simply the world from the perspective. So as a researcher, your focus should be to get the experience from what the person feels he or she is experiencing. So that's very important. So this is why in descriptive phenomenology has advocated that we should be as objective as possible, although we know we are studying subjective information from the view of the people. So I hope that is sufficient. Any other? So there's from Nathan Joseph that, can you share this? Ma'am will share this. The moderator is going to share this. I'm sure these are going to be made available. They will be shared. Maybe find a way of posting to the school, to the conference site, so that this information would be shared. Okay, there's from Kavita. Can you share more scientific phenomenological article to understand the writing style? Some of this would definitely help you, but my email is on the presentation. You can send me an email. I can, if you have personal needs, I can definitely write to you. Any other question? Oh, I'm out of time now.
No other questions, sir. Thank you
All
for the
right.
response, sir. Over to MC.
Thank you. So I will stop
Dr.
my share
Gerald?
now. Thank
Dr.
you.
Gerald, thank you for the mind-blowing session. You clearly defined phenomenology from the view of Husserl and Hegel. Your expertise in the field is shown in the presentation. I hope and propose that anyone wants to take up a phenomenological study, they can contact you for guidance. I hope.
Absolutely.
You're willing to help
Absolutely.
them.
Absolutely, Dr. Nirmala. I'm so excited that you've been able to, together with your colleagues, have been able to organize this wonderful session. And I'm really excited to have been invited here by my colleague, Dr. Vidya Sheshan, who is coming up next. So thank you very much.
Thank Vidya for this, getting you in contact. Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, Dr. Gerald. Over
Thank
to
you.
MC.
Namaste. Yeah.
Namaste.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to MC.
Thank you, sir, your presentation. It was very clear and very informative. The timely examples were very useful, sir. And we really learned the difference between descriptive and interpretive phenomenology. And it was a new learning for all of us. So, and we are sure that the participant in this forum will come out with more of these studies in the future. So, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am, and I'm grateful.
Thank you, sir. So, we'll move on to the next session in a short while.
GIS.
So we are moving to the next session, and without data, you are just another person with an opinion. You can have data without information, but you cannot have information without data. So here we have Madam Dr. Vidya Seshan to present about methods of data collection. Ma'am has completed her Bachelor of Nursing Science in 2000 and Masters of Science in 2003 from the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, and Doctor of Philosophy in 2011 from Vinayaka Mission University. And ma'am has started her career as a registered nurse and then as assistant and associate professor, head of the department, PSG College of Nursing. And now ma'am is working as assistant professor, maternal and child health department, program coordinator, MSN midwifery, fundamentals and administration department, College of Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat. Ma'am has around 20 years of experience in both in teaching and clinical areas. And ma'am has been the course coordinator for nursing research, maternal health theory, and graduation projects. And ma'am has undertaken many administrative responsibilities in her career and has published many scientific articles and obtained a grant for the research titled Effectiveness of Continence Education Package and its Impact on Improving Health-Seeking Behavior of Omani Women. And ma'am has also presented papers in national and international conferences. So now I invite ma'am with a great honor to enlighten us on methods of data collection in qualitative research. Ma'am, it's over to you.
I think, hello, Dr. Vidya. I think your mic is muted.
Okay, can you, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Now we can.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to repeat again. So good morning, a very good morning to Onandal in the online forum. And, I'm so excited. That's what I was saying, like, I'm so excited because I'm one of the alumni from SRIPMS. And this is, I think, my first presentation as an alumni in SRIPMS. And I'm so happy that Dr. Nirmala, invited me to present and, way back because I have completed my general nursing and midwifery in 1990. But I did my post basic and also the master's in SRIPMS. So spent more like 4 years of my learning, in in that college. And so I'm really excited, and thank you once again, Dr. Nirmala, to give me a chance to, do my presentation. And thank you, Ansi, for your introduction. I'll start my, I'll share my slide. Just a moment, just a moment. Are you able to see my presentation? I mean the slide.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. I'll just make it a bigger one. Okay, so I start here. I have given a topic to talk about method of data collection related to qualitative study. So to start with, I can say that I have a very limited experience in qualitative study. I have done with Dr. Gerald a few of the qualitative study over here, like case study methodology, and preceptor-preceptive relationship between, and a simulation experience of students in labor unit. And some of the studies which we have collaborated and done it, but my experience and what I just really went through, I'm just really sharing and making you understand that how the methodology is so, the method of collection is so important. And the qualitative research design as such, like, is it possible to minimize this 1 minute so that I can, okay. Still you can hear me, right? Or you are not able to see me? You can see me, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Because I just really made it shorter, so it's on my way. So, okay. So, qualitative research, it involves collecting, analyzing data. It is very holistic and very rich because, and detailed information too. And I'm not just really saying that the quantitative research is not giving as such, like, the same informations and so on, but quality, when you say that the word quality itself is giving you a kind of, a quality evidence, that is information's gathering from the point of, even from patients or the students or from, any people where you wanted to just really collect it. And so it's a feeling of experience, because in quantitative, we just really collect data, and we have a numerical data, which is over there. But in here, it's a non-numeric, and we can just really see the people, as a holistic or holism rather than a bit by bit. So that's what I feel like, telling. And it is unadulterated because you are there indirectly with them, and you are, observing them and taking notes and interviewing them and understanding them in deep and face to face, especially, so that is make you to have a the data collection obtained, which is raw, and that is why I return like unaltered, unadulterated. Okay, again, to just really make you understand that the qualitative study. So this is like a blind man and elephant. So I think you people have come across this, sometime. So this is a elephant, we know it. And so there are four, blind man, who is touching and feeling, so, but they are touching only the part of the elephant, not the whole elephant. So people, the blind man of one of the blind man who is thinking that the tail is like a rope and drum is like a, faucet, and he is thinking, this man is thinking this is like a pillar, or I'm touching a pillar, and he's thinking this is I'm touching a wall. So a different understanding when you just really go into a micro level. And so that means you are not putting together. So that's what I wanted to convey this. So in qualitative, what we are doing is putting together. That means we are looking that as a micro point of view rather than a macro point of view rather than a micro point of view. So this is a, again, don't mistake me, and I'm not getting any benefit from a qualitative aspect of it, but I am I have done my PhD in quantitative, and but I love now the qualitative aspect of it, and so that is why I'm sharing with you. People think that it is very difficult to do the qualitative studies, but I feel myself that it's equal, quantitative and qualitative. Your efforts are, but much satisfied I feel that the qualitative when you really do it. And again to go on, like data collection is one of the major or important stage which is in, because you may have a very good proposal in your hand with the methodology which you have made it, and a beautiful proposal in your hand. But if you don't know, or if you don't collect the data in a proper way and in a proper manner, your research is not going to be useful. So that's why I said it's most important stage. Every stages are very important, but this one I feel like this is the place where you are generating informations, and you are making to the next level of analysis. And so it's very demanding job. That the person as a data collector, you need to have a very, very good planning from the beginning. And you as a data collector have to be a hard worker and have patience. And why? Because you are in the field. Because quantitative, you can just really send through Google form and get all the data in, and or you can just really go to a classroom and distribute the questionnaire and get it out, and you don't know who has filled what. So you have no. I'm not saying again. I'm sorry. I'm not saying again that you don't give too much of importance to the quantitative data collection, but you need have a very good planning from the beginning, that how you're going to do the data collection, where you're going to do the data collection, and whom you are going to meet, and how much hours you are going to spend with them. And of course you need a perseverance to be able to complete the task successfully. So you have to have a quality, but of course as nurses, that we are very communicative. We are very good in communication, because from the graduate level or undergraduate level, so we learn too much about how to communicate with patients, how to communicate with family, how to communicate with community. So we are, that all people, all nurses are very talkative. That means we are very, very communicative. We easily adapt to the situations, So the goal of the data collection in quantitative, again, to have a very quality evidences which you wanted to really get from the people whom you are going to meet, and it goes into analysis. And so thereby you are building, your questions are over there, like in a quantitative, you have your own questions formulated for the qualitative, where you really need some answers, right? So these questions needs to be answered. So if you wanted the questions needs to be answered, you need to be a very good person to collect a quality evidences or quality informations from the people whom you are with. And it is hard, and that's why I said you are really taking a big burden, or I won't say again burden, but it is a real challenge to go ahead with the data collection. But of course, it's not a big deal anyway. So the data collection methods. So I'm only presenting maybe micro level. There may be some other data collective method like survey and all I haven't put, because survey is kind of, quantitative comes in, but sometimes you may also can do it, but I haven't described over here. So the data collection method, the major points only I have included, and the first one, which is individual interview. So that means face-to-face, one-to-one. And the second one, which is focus group discussion. And third one is observation and document review. So by this itself, as nurses, we know what exactly it is. But some of the points which I just really wanted to, let you know that how and things move. And so the most direct and straightforward approach to gather detailed information is, of course, the interview method. That means a direct face-to-face contact with the people, right? Because you can see them you observe them, their verbal and non-verbal cues and informations, and you are with them, and so you can just really know about their what you wanted to really get the informations, not only the words which they come from, because their non-verbal cues also. If a grievance, you wanted to really find an experience of a mother who lost her child in age 5, and so you wanted to know how the experiences are. So you are not just really asking her to tick mark or the check in, but you are just really feeling with them, so that how they feel it, and so that it's a narrative. That means you are writing in such a way that how she felt in her verbal and in non-verbal. So it's always very, very important that your presence when you are taking the qualitative data, not like a quantitative. And so, of course, when you make the quantitative and a qualitative data collection, the tool, so there is no big tool as like, the quantitative, like page by page, but it is a very simple tool which you are going to formulate. But at the same time, you put your core important points which you wanted to get information from, the questions which you wanted to get information from. So this can be a structured level to an unstructured level. So what do you mean by structured level? In structured level means you are very adherent to the rules and regulations, like, right? So when you are not able, moving out of way, and you are rigid kind of. So that is what you mean by structured interview. So you are already planned, and you don't have any space to get in. Kind of. And so the semi-structured questionnaires, when you interviewers or interviews and questionnaire, we make it and interview it, it has a kind of flexibility. So that means you have key questions with you. So we call it as like probing, and because you have the major objectives, you wanted to get information, but under the major questions which you wanted to really ask them. So you need to split down and to make, arranging this particular broader questions to, cut into pieces, because some of the, most of the audience or the participants won't understand when you just really ask a broader question. So they will, stop it by a word or a sentence, and because they know where to touch. So this semi-structured interview questions or interview will help you to just really probe them. So it is good for you that you get all the information what you really wanted to collect, on the basis of the, the questions which you have formulated. And at the same time, the interviewer also will feel very comfortable, because you are guiding her. You're guiding in the sense, don't mistake me, and never you should guide her. That in the sense that you are only asking questions to get the information from them. But this will ease. That means she knows, or the audience or the participants knows what exactly you want from them. And that's what I mean. And the last one, about the unstructured interviews, that means, a lived experience. You wanted to Ebola virus, and so many have lived right after the incidents, and HIV. So many occasions they have lived, even the COVID now situations, many of them went into, a traumatic phase of, the intensive care unit. And so they have survived maybe after months and months. And so their experience, to be frank, how they went through. And so this kind of things, you cannot just really make a kind of structured and be very rigid and to be probing and things like that. So here we just really use a single question, that means broader, and let them really come out with what they wanted to really share. Because the experiences, when you ask me, what is your experiences in your nursing? Maybe I may go for 6 months with you if you can stay. I can talk about my experiences, a journey from in like 30 years, and my journey from 90 to till now. And so that's what, because you yourself comes out, and so you don't have to really probe it. So on the basis of again occasions which the methodology which you are using. So that is why I said the unstructured interviews can be done for people whom you wanted to get more information, their life experiences which you wanted to get, information. So this unstructured question will help you a lot. Now, conducting interviews. So anyway, some of them have touched somewhere like, the sampling and things like that, because you have to choose on the basis of, whom you, on the basis of your title. That means on the statement which you want and where from you want the experience. For example, a mother, you wanted the experience of a mother who went through a water bath. Sorry, I'm midwife. So you wanted to know that because this is very, very common now. It's coming up in India. I heard about too much about the water bath, and so you wanted to see that hear from her the experiences through. So whom you will be selecting. So the participants whom to select, and so that's the sampling. That means the participants you have selected. That aspect I'm not really going in, but you have selected the participants to go, and so this is one of the methodology. That means you wanted to know about the lived experience or experience which she went through, whether it's the disease conditions she went through, or the student who went through the online teaching, and what is her experience, how she felt, because we suddenly switched on to the mode of the direct classes, lectures to the online forum, and a big change, to be frank, for the faculty and also the students. And so how is their experience? You wanted to really collect from that, and from there you wanted to just really make sure that you have a better better advocate, or coming out with a more introducing maybe whatever on the basis of their answers you got it like. And so this is what is the audience which we are looking for. So very important thing when you conduct, so your audience are within your hand, and you're going to do it in either both. It is applicable for the interviews of either focus group or in the individual group. And it's very important that you have to pilot it, because we think that the quantitative only have piloting, but the qualitative too has the piloting, because you can pilot in both ways. One piloting can be done with your team, because qualitative, quantitative you can do alone, because it's only a survey, and simple things can be done in alone, no issues. But qualitative you need people to come together, because that will help each other to build on, and your team. So you may be having a principal investigator, co-investigators, and co-principal investigators. So you come together and you have a plan in hand, and how, where, and how you're going to proceed with the the data collection and the piloting. So your questions in hand, and you wanted to just really have the interview. So do it in your group itself, and see that how you are questioning, and where and what you can just really build up, or to correct yourself. And another piloting can be done, because it's better to do a piloting and make it very, very clear when you just really go to the participants, to get a good rich the informations from them together. So here piloting can be done with the same kind of group, but don't include them into the real study. And so what I just really wanted to tell you that some of the qualitative studies, which will be very vast, and you as only the researcher cannot collect the data alone, and it is too much time consuming. So what normally we do is like, we have the team, and you go the same, the teams are, same, speaking the same language, what I mean. So you have to practice it and say that the same thing, same questionnaires and the same way you are interviewing people. And so this is what I wanted. And nowadays it is very easy to recruit research assistants from the same, specialities, wherever you want. Nurses are good RAs, like research assistants. So you can get them and you can pay them from your project, so that's what we do here as RA research assistants can be taken into considerations of that. So if you are taking a research assistants in your team, and they should be in your same specialization, and you are going to train them. So well-trained people, they are well-trained in the same manner, so that they can walk the same way. So that's what I wanted to show you, that they have to be in a same line and same language they speak. And but I just really tied them, but don't tie them when you send them, because it's dangerous. Anyway, so establish a good rapport with the respondent. It's very, very important that you need to have a very good rapport to start with, because when you interviewing them, or you are an interviewee and somebody is interviewing you, so how you will feel like, sitting in front, definitely you feel like kind of lost, like, and nothing in your mind and in an empty brain and all those. And so it's very important that easing yourself and easing the interviewee, and so both has to be eased in. So what is the way which we can do is to rapport to start with, introducing yourself and where from, and details of it, and asking there a few questions to start with and make a good rapport and ease them, and then you start the interview. Not like directly going and taking a paper and hello, can you just really tell me about, and so there is no rapport building. And of course we are a good rapport builders, and nurses, and we are good. And actually, to be frank, qualitative research is a option for nurses, to be frank, because we are good in it, like taking talking to people, getting informations, and we are very good in. We have taught lessons in our college, in graduates and undergraduate level. And so interview should be conducted in areas where no distractions. Privacy is very important. No distractions, and based on the participants' suitable place, not on your suitable place, because you are the one who is going to get information from them. So give them a very comfortable place. If you wanted to go to a cafeteria and to a corner of it, and you wanted to, that is what the person prefer, or they wanted to be in a particular place where sensitive issues, and you wanted to lock or close the door, and you wanted to have a privacy, or, and so it depends upon the participants, and sometimes you have to go to their house because you wanted to observe the situations. It is not only getting information, but overall you are just really getting holistic informations from them. So that you have to really plan it. And ask easy questions, and just all students says that, ma'am, please give us easy questions. So what we do is easy questions and go to the difficult at the end. So a kind of easy to, a difficult approach. So that will be, making them to cool down and to give you more information rather than going the other way around. And one of the most important skills is the ability to listen. Listening is a very important aspect of qualitative data collection. So you have to be a very good listener, so what they are saying about, and you have to have a clear mind, and don't go with our issues, problems, and things like that in a stressed environment and so on. And it's very important to just make you very comfortable before you go for the interviewing people. And so there are some tips in data collections which is very important. You may think that, or we may think that it is not that kind of important to it, but I feel these are the very important things which we have to really develop and to learn about. And silent probe. So that means you don't have to really talk to them, because you are less talker, and you are asking and making the other to talk, right? That is what your role. And now silent probe, in the sense you just really nod and wait, and don't ask immediately the next question, so that they put a full stop on it, because you may be in a wants to come out of the place, so it's better to just really pause and wait and look at them, and so they may say more, add on to it. So that's one of the way we say that the silent probing. And So the other way of, silent probing, and I did not say about it, right? And not only the silent probing or the character, which I have said that you're a good listener, but at the same time, you should be a knowledgeable person, because you should know very thorough about what you are just really wanting to get from the person. And so you should have many other qualities like, caring aspect, and also empathetic feeling of yours, and non-judgmental. It's very important, because don't judge people on the basis of what they really tell you, and very kind to people. And many qualities you don't have to really go through what qualities you need to have, but you as a person, like nurses who have all these qualities, to be frank. So you need not to go what qualities I need as nurse, what I have the qualities. That is the most important thing which you need to keep in mind. And elaboration is one of the other technique which when you do data collection. So that means you encourage them and ask them that you would like to, elaborate on that. What you said is this, and just the same, thing which you can repeat and say that you said something. Can you want to elaborate, because you wanted to get more information from them on, and you think that it is not sufficient, as they said, is very limited, and I wanted to explore a little more. So explore and making them to elaborate. So that's one of the technique which you can do it. And ask for clarification. Sometimes when you hear from someone experience or their effect or their opinions which you are hearing from them, so you are not very clear what they mean by, because the way people say, you can take it into a different meaning of it, right? So don't assume that this is what they mean, and you have a doubt in it, and you can clarify them then and there. And there is a way you can, the data collection, always you take the number and the details of them. So, and you will tell at the end that sometimes I may come back to you, because when you read it and code it and transcribe, and sometimes you are very not sure what exactly they mean by this, and you may have to sometimes go back. It's one of the way which we can do the data collection. It is allowed, and but you prior permission, and you can just really tell them what you really mean it. And so include all probe. What I mean include all probe is that you have developed a very good tool, that the questionnaire and also the probing questions in hand. But sometimes what we think of, right, when you do some probing questions and you think that, okay, I got the answer for that, and I got the answer for next also, so I don't have to repeat the probing questions. But to be frank, a very important thing here is that to get the quality and the good informations from them, it is to include all probes. Don't omit anything, assuming that they have given you the information. So every single probe you have quoted in your tool needs to be really asked for. And also repetition. That means you say something without really saying anything, this repetition. So that means you repeat what they said, and so then they can even tell a little more in that. So this is some of the technique which you can do it in interviews, either in focus on or in the direct interviews of individual one-to-one. So this can be done. And what I wanted to say here is that probing, that means you are asking, you wanted more information to get it, but if you're silent, you won't get any information from them. So you have to be a little more proactive to get more information from them. So for that, you don't have to put them into a stage where you go for a CPR, to be frank. So make sure that you are you have enough space for them, and don't bombard and make suffocation and suffocated, so that is not right. But at the same time, you need to get all information too, because it goes for an hour, sometimes to 2 hours, or sometimes more than that. It depends again, and many sections sometimes for you to gather more information and so on. So you are getting some information because you wanted to just really understand the situations and have some strategies to it, and so that's what you are. And the more benefit towards us, right? So you have to be very kind enough in giving them space. And so end of the interview, so you have done it very well, and end of the interview, thank the participants. It's very important, and because they have spent a lot of time with us, right? And so ask them, sometimes they wanted to tell you something more, which you haven't really thought of it. And so ask them more of it. And so get the informations if it is really, really related to your, study, which you wanted to really collect it. And so, of course, this is Corona time, so we don't greet with, shake hands are not allowed, and but still you can have a very thankful words to them to say that it's really good to just get information from them for your study. And it's very important that when you are in the data collection place, and you cannot be a multitasker. That means nurses are multitasker. Of course, they can have 4 hands and they can do many things at one time. Sure, but when you in this particular qualitative data collection time, so you know that you may need a support. So that means you may need a co-investigator with you. It will be better because you can, tell earlier itself the participants that I may be coming with my co-investigator. So it's not a surprise you are giving them that someone is over there. And until otherwise, it's very, very sensitive and you are the one. But still, we are the team, right? You are going to share in within your, not out of your, the project research team. So someone can write the field note. That means whatever they are saying to be recorded, and someone who knows about short way of writing it and shorthands. And nowadays nobody is going for a shorthand. In our time, we used to go for shorthand, and so it's easy for I to write in. And so field notes can be written, and then recording is very important. So that I'm again speaking somewhere there, and recording is also very important. So one of the major things which we have to really think of once the interview is over, so make sure that your thoughts and what you went through, and the hearing, and you have your picture. The picture is in your mind, the person, the speech, and everything in your mind. So put that into the writing. So it is not a big writing and analysis and going through, but you are writing it in a way that you can really recall it back. Because when you go to the next person for an interview of 1 or 2 hours, then you will forget about his the actions and the nonverbal cues which you have noted down and all those things, and the way they said about the reactions to it, and actions to it, like when they say about the presentations and things like that. So you may omit that. So that is very important characteristic of a researcher in qualitative, to write down and a short story to write and keep it. And of course, I said interviewing can be recorded, and of course ethical dilemma. There are ethics which you follow always in a proposal. When you are accepted by the IRB, definitely you will be writing that and recording, and I'm going to record. You will be informing them, and with the consent only you are going to either record the video or the audio. It again depends upon how the research kind of research you wanted to really do it in. And of course it's a little bit of you may feel it now, like 1 hour of interview will take around 5 to 6 hours to transcribe, because you are just really looking at it and transcribing word by word, line by line, and you are coming to, it takes long time to transcribe. So that we have experienced, and you will see next person who is Ms. Maha. She is our, I'm the supervisor and the co-supervisor as Dr. Gerald. She's doing her master's thesis in our college. So you will hear from her. So it takes long time, but it's worth it, so that's what I wanted to tell you. Don't think that it's so easy. And so when you wanted to, that the data collection is moving on, right? Like a quantitative, you never, put a full stop. And you will be putting to, as, in a solvents formula or any of the formula which you can come to a conclusion like this is 300 samples which I'm going to collect, including the attrition rate and so on. So, but here there is no such a kind of sampling, formulas which we are going to adopt. And you have heard some of them we are saying like data saturation. So that means you are really, going through until when your new informations are not getting. So you're getting the same and information. So what is the point in, going through, and you're wasting your time, right? So where you will be stopping, I don't have new opinions, new, data which I'm going to get it, new experience, everything is the same, what the people have told. And so you're going to stop over there to walk for the data collection. So that's what is saturation, and you are going to end up of. And so this is, a kind of a direct interview we was talking about. But whether it's direct interview to one person or a focus group discussion, so the criteria which I have said is the same. It doesn't have any change in that, And so the next one is the focus group discussion. So some of the points to be considered over here also, when you the difference between a individual interview when you do it and the the focus group when you do it. So the focus group is again another method where you will have a lot of a group of people. 12 participants. Somebody is speaking somewhere, and 6 to 12 participants with the discussion, and which will be like 1 to 2 hours which may go in, and you will be the moderator. Sometimes you or your colleague can be a moderator, doesn't matter, and someone will be there with you in a team to record and as such, like same which I have told about earlier. So this provides an opportunity to gather rich information related to a specific population about related to a again particular area of interest. So this will give you a much enriched data because collecting views from many, and it's a kind of brainstorming, right? Because you wanted to just really have to go through, we switched on, right, from the lecture to the direct lecture to the online forum. So we had many course members had a group discussion, how to go about and what are the things which we can do. So it's a kind of brainstorming. That means one person and two persons, when they tell something about the other persons, are going to just really brainstorm. Okay, so what is there? And then, so it comes more and more information flow in a group discussion, especially if you are very good collector, data collector, and probing and getting all information are done. So it is a great way of doing the data collection. And pre-existing group will be fine for the data collection where people know each other and familiarity will be there. The students who are therein, and and with the facilities, the ability to challenge each other, because it's comfortable environment where already the pre-existing group, if you can select, but it doesn't need to be a particular that you need to choose only the pre-existing groups and so on. And the moderator must guide the discussion because one-to-one, you are the questionnaire, you are going to ask the question and get the answers, right? So, but this particular is, you have a discussion going on. It's not one-to-one. So you have to guide a discussion, not expressing your view. Don't put your views on it. Just guide the discussion, and highly skilled you have to be. While remaining focused, but the flow has to be very, very smooth in transition, which just really goes on. And all participants are encouraged to speak. Sometimes that even you have seen in a class, when you take the classes, some of the students will be the one to talk all the time, rather than some of them were very silent. So we always make sure that everybody get a chance. So the same, so give a chance to everybody, everyone to speak, and don't nobody can take the part as more, or sometimes some can take the part of your and make sure that your role is your role and don't give the role to the participants. And several focus groups should be good, because you will get more informations, more different informations from different groups. And for example, we have done the focus group discussions in three qualitative studies, which we did it over here. And one is related to preceptor-preceptee relationship, because the students have some concern earlier. They were changing the preceptor every moment. And so we were asking why, what happened every time you're changing the preceptor. So then the preceptor has to again come into relationship and then again start. Who is the preceptor? Everybody knows. That means in our college system, here, that the final year students or the graduating students will have advanced level course, advanced nursing. So that means they have a hands-on full practice for the 4 months of in the hospital. So where the teachers will be there as supervisors, but the preceptors are the one who takes care completely the students' need and skill part, and also the evaluations and everything. So there should be a good preceptor-preceptee relationship with them, and then only it can move very well. So there was a kind of issues comes in, and then we thought of exploring it. So what is happening there? So we had a focus group interview, and we returned a proposal and focus group interview with the preceptor, and understanding that the relationship between preceptor and related to feedbacks given, and how the relationship moves on, and what are the strategies which they recommend to make it much better relationship, and so on, so that they stick on to one from the beginning to the end. So it will be an easy task. And another one which we did in case study analysis, because the case studies, as you know, that it's a very good and also one of the teaching methodologies which normally every teachers use it, but we haven't really sometimes gone into depth and understanding about how the case studies have influenced, or how the case studies have built their role competencies. Because the as nurses, we need to have a learning outcome, right? The student learning outcome, SLOs, or program learning outcome. So the major focus we always keep in mind that they are a very good caregiver and knowledgeable, and they are communicators, and they are leaders, and they have independent practice role and independent learning character. So this is what is our role as nurses. We wanted to build them as how come you are teaching, or your way of teaching, building them as the role competencies to achieve? So that's what one study which we did it in our maternal course and also child health together. So we created many scenarios and analytical this one, and we made the groups and of the students and actively participated them. So we could able to see that they could go to the textbook, they themselves have prepared, and they presented in that particular group, and they were very good leaders, and they could able to, they said, their opinion. We just really gathered later after 2-3 sections of such a kind of, case study analytical sessions of group teaching. And then we went through later after the semester to gather them and group them, and we had the focus group interviews and got so many opinions from them, how it helped them to bridge the theory to practice, and when they went into the caring, and it's easy for them to understand that how to plan and care and so on, and aspect of communication, because they were in a group, so they could able to really mingle with them, and a kind of competency has developed, because we were doing it sequence more times and things like that. So I don't want to explain too much on this. So that's what I'm saying, that many focus group, the focus group will give you a lot of information, and we can do so many studies in a quantitative, but you can do it as mixed method, and Conti and also Coley in the first, and then comfortable, and then go into a Coley. Coley is too easy, And don't think of a lived experience for a years to collect, but a small things which you really wanted to understand from a student's perspective, and the teachers as a colleague perspective, and in an educational side, or in the caring aspects of the hospital side, and understanding about the patient's need, and their opinion of your care or the nurse's care. So there are many things you can do it in a very smaller, shorter, to understand, and then develop strategies on the basis of that. So the group discussions will really guide you in this regard. So minimum of at least 3 groups, that will help you. But I again make you remember that it is not the put on a scale like 3 or 4 or 5, but until the saturations, of course. But at least minimum, I'm saying that don't stop it when by 1 or 2, and it's not going to give you a rich data within a very smaller period. I mean, very smaller group or number of groups. And a good quality multi-directional, external microphone is very recommended. So when you write a proposal, please make sure that your capital, equipments which you need, you give a priority. That means give some money for it when you're budgeting your, the proposal. So that goes to this particular, okay. And so that will help, because you need to, especially for individuals, okay, you are very close, and the phone, it's there, but this needs to be very multi-directional and a good quality. That means it's focused, and many of them start to speak, and you need to be very clear when you go back, because you have a lot of time you spend with the people, and then at the end, when you just really open and you don't know what exactly the people are saying, then it is waste of time, right? So it's better to plan earlier that you need to have a very good quality multi-directional external microphone in your hand, so that you clearly done. And we always recommend, and Dr. Gerard also know about it, and recommend that it is better to have one more recording. Sometimes what may happen sometimes, and your anything, technology can fail at any time. So be sure that you have a backup with you. That's why you are writing the whole notes and everything within your hand, but and make sure that soon after the the group discussions which you made it and open, and just really make sure that you hear it, and so that that you have the recorded, it is recorded well. And so the transcription of the focus group, again, it is also a challenging now. But don't take it as a challenge, to be frank, because we are spending a lot of hours sitting with our friends to express your your issues and problems, and it is the same, like so we can spend long time to chat and discuss and things like that. So this is a kind of that, don't think it and going for an interview and making the interview, and it is simple to keep in mind. And the transcription of the focus group is more complex, because one person, you are very clear, you are hearing it, and you can just really make your transcribe. It's very easy. But when it is too many people saying too many things, and sometimes even though you just really send the major questions and the probing are there, they may be answering in a different sequence. So you have to put that into the level, the sequence. So that's why you have to take long time, up to 8 hours. Actually, it will take for 1 hour. The other one is 6 hours. I'm not just giving you this is what the hour, but I'm just really saying that it takes a longer time period. And so where to use the focus group, so everywhere, in many things you have to decide on whether you need an opinion of the people together, or you wanted the experience of a people individually to collect. And so it depends upon where you really wanted to really, and what methodology which you are using it. It's on the basis of that. So they explore new research areas where nobody has done it. And rather than going for an individual, it's better to get all brainstorming and getting an idea about it, and explore a topic that is very difficult to observe. You cannot observe such things, and then you want to explore it about it, and explore sensitive topics and collect a concentrated set of observation, very short span. You wanted to really collect some information together, and then you wanted to make a policy, you wanted to make a kind of, strategies immediately, because it's a short time we have moved to the, for example, to the online system. And so you wanted to know the pros and cons and how can we improve this and that, and a very short period of time. You can just really gather, write a proposal, do a focus group, and see that how the people feel, how the student feel, how the faculty feel, and you can come out with that very short, and explore the range of opinions, views on a topic of interest, and how you feel it, like, and can be used to examine why people think in particular, and how it is influenced their beliefs and values. And so there are many kind of titles which you can think of doing by focus group. And the next one is observation. So observation in the sense you are observing the participant, and writing notes and field note and keeping in mind, and sometimes you may be video taking, or to see that again, viewing again, and see how things are moving, and you wanted to understand a culture, how things are moving, and so it is better to see and then get the information, rather than asking them as what exactly they do in that circumstances. Okay, a person is getting angry, you wanted to know an anger, how it really looked like. You wanted to see a person, getting so happy in on her wedding day. So you wanted to see how the person is so happy on that day. So you are observing it, and how people are really, behaving around. So that's what you wanted to really, how the nurse is caring a person. So you wanted to just really look at the behavior aspect of it. So that needs not the talk, but to observe the people. But the challenges, of course, is there. That if we observe the students too much, right? So the students are very panicked when, as teachers, and observe, because they may be a good, in skill, but when you go and look at them, during especially examination point of view, I'm saying, so they will just really scare us, and the devils are there, right? Kind, that feeling. So so observations make them sometimes, there is an effect. That means they may sometimes, some of them are very tricky, and they don't express exactly what, even though I wanted to show my anger, no, I'm not going to show my anger because there's somebody is viewing me or observing me. So that kind of things can come in. So we referred that as you people know about how thrown effect which can come. But in qualitative, we just assume, or we just really comes to a conclusion, and somewhere and that the people cannot do the behavior. You as a person, you cannot change a behavior for a time being, but you cannot change for a longer time. So you will show your the real character or the real behavior in a span of time. So we can wait, and that is why the observation takes a long time. It's not a short time to observe and everything is smoothly running, but once you go, the things are very different, right? So that's why observation takes a long time, years sometimes. And so when we can use observation methods, like when the topic is relatively unexplored and you don't know about the culture of people and how things are, and tribal, and for example, I just got it but you can have any kind of observation which you really wanted their unexplored matters. And when it is important to study a phenomenon in its natural setting, you wanted to be there, observe and record it, and see that how things are moving on. And there are many methods which you can say that, quickly I will say, like casual and scientific. And it's a casual, you haven't really thought that you will get a chance to observe. And so this is by chance, and it's a casual. But scientific, you have already prepared your tool and your measurements, and what to observe, what are the things to observe, and clearly you have a plan of it. And then the direct and indirect observation, and direct and indirect observation. So you can be directly present and you can observe the situations, how things are moving, and you can be indirectly. That means you can take pictures and videos and things like that. So you can observe and you can get it done. So it again depends on what you wanted to observe. And participant or non-participants, you may be one of the participants among the group, but you are the observer. And so that can be possible, or the group activity you are observing, but you are away from. That means you are not a part of that particular, activity. So that can also be possible. So there are another thing like undiscussed, that is open participant observation. To especially for the culture, used to culture and behavior of the groups of individual. So it's open, that means you are observing them directly, but used, like, the participant observation is often used when researcher believe individuals would change their behavior. So you want to be a little bit of hiding, that means you are not open, and that is also possible, like, to take the observation in it. And so there are another method of observation, because a covert or overt behavior. That means covert, that the meaning of covert, that when the researcher pretends to be an ordinary member of the group, but observe and is secretly watching what is. But I will tell you about the ethical problems can be therein, and keep in mind that. And overt observations are, of course, the researcher will let them know that I'm going to observe you, and go ahead, start your skill or whatever you wanted, or your behavior I wanted to observe. And I'm here to observe today because you have already planned and you have come to see how the things are moving on. And all methods, but anyway, any method you use, it really have to have require a skill, and you need to pre-plan it and rehearse it, and so that it will always be a good way of doing it. And interview kit, what to take with you. And the very important thing when you go for the data collection, the major points only I have written, like official identification is very important, because you may have talked to them through phone, but they don't know exactly who you are, right? So in that case, official identification has to be taken with you, and ethical approval letter, because they wanted to see, especially nowadays, most of us are educated, so they wanted to know from where and whether you got the ethical approval. And and if you are sending your RA for the data collection, because you are going in a different directions, and then the letter from the institution that she is appointed as a research assistant to your team. So that needs to be done. And the consent form, of course, you have to take a written consent before you do your research, as like any research. And survey instrument in your hand. Don't assume that you know how to really conduct the study, but please make sure that your things are in hand at the end, even at the last interview which you do it. And notebook and with pen is very essential to write down what exactly you were hearing it, and recorded, as you said, like audio tape and also video, audio, and things like that to be keep in mind as on when when the requirements on the basis of your study. And of course, I haven't written about your personal things to carry on, because you may be traveling to a distance, and and you need to have your food and all those things, and so make sure that you're comfortable. Don't go with your the personal things are also very important things. And document review is the last one which I wanted to really give you this one. Normally the document review, so you have the quantitative research which you have learned about, like retrospective studies which we go into medical records and other records to just really collect data from that. And so this is like same like a document, same like in a quantitative. So the beauty is that here you have already collected. That means it is already the set of things are there with you. You don't have to go and collect it. And so that's a beautiful in this particular. And most of the people nowadays triangulate. That means they really wanted to mix that the other combination. That means the interview with the document reviews and so on and things like that for the quality purpose, because you are interviewing them, for example, the quality assurance and the accreditations which is going on. So you're interviewing how the experience and how things are moving and what are the things you did it in accreditation. And so because the best practices, you wanted to take the best practices and to see how the college is going through a best practices in that. So, but there are documents also to view and how the documentations have been done and things like that too. So it helps always. It stands alone. Of course, you can go ahead with the document review as a standalone, but most of the studies which I have really gone through, so merged it, like created it. And documents provide background information as well as historical insight. So how we came to know that, the spine flu, which was, coming up, and the people were masked, wearing masks for a long time, and, the way of masking, and WhatsApp, I could able to see many things in that. So how the historical things which has happened, it was documented earlier. In early period, 100 years back, which has happened. It is just like Corona, which is there in that. So this particular event also, many officials are documenting it and things like that years back, after 100 or 200 years, so they may go back, so this is what is a document review. And so the documents may be most effective means of gathering data when events can no longer be, either observed, and when informants have forgotten about it, informations from them, or they are not exist in this world, or so the documents can be supplementary data, of tracking change and things like that. These type of documents are found in libraries, newspapers, archives, and historical society offices, organizational institutional files. You can go ahead. It depends again what you really wanted to do the research on, and books, and even medical records, which you can. And but the thing is that the quality is very important in document view, and you need to have a person who will be checking your quality, when you wanted to take the data out of it. And so efficient method is that it is an efficient method. But the document analysis is less time because it's already data collected instead, before going for a data collection. And it's cost effective because document analysis is less costly as the data have already is gathered. You don't have to travel, you don't have money to spend on and things like that. So the analysis process is together. That means you have a document, so definitely the content is over there. So the content analysis and the themes building and so on, the same analytical, and you will be hearing from from Dr. Sharma, the next section, I think, the analysis about it. And just put some of them. It is not limited, and it's my knowledge. I mean, very limited knowledge. I just really have a thought of, the grounded theory, that it allows the person to come out with a theory, experimental theory, and maybe a conceptual work or model we can develop by doing the grounded theory and so on. Like that, So the primary data collection method through the interviewing of people and 20 to 30 participants within limitations, like, so that will be the individual interview approach can be done in this. And and when you think about the the ethnographic studies, so ethnographic studies are qualitative procedures, and which is used for understanding, interpreting the culture, right, the characteristics of people. And so better you will have a observation method, which you can use it over here. But you can use even an in-depth interview where those who have already studied about the culture, that means the researchers who have already done the culture of a particular setting, and you can have an in-depth interview with them, that they are the one who will be your data participants for you. So there you can use the unstructured in-depth interviews. And so this method requires the researchers to adapt the target audiences environments, which could be anywhere from the organization. That means because it is a characteristic you are observing most of the time, so you have to be away from maybe remote places, and maybe in the forest, or maybe many places you may be visiting there. And so this type of research method can last from few days to few years, because a kind of observation which I have already speak about earlier. And it is challenging, time consuming, everything, but at the end, quality and a good, rich data, which you are going to get it out. Meaningful, that is what very important in qualitative. Phenomenological, and of course, this is a lived experience. That means a phenomena of subjective experience and understanding the structure of lived experience of people around you. And so this can be done in, of course, an in-depth interview. Ebola, and so many examples I have quoted, like lived experience of people in World War who has lived in, experience with that, So there are many in nursing also. We can have so many disease conditions which they went into a kind of, this one or accidents, lived experience after this accidents, which Dr. Gerald has quoted in his speech. And so there are, so this can be an in-depth interview, of course. And so thereby, the data collections are major four. That is what I focused on herein, and I haven't touched any part of the methodology. And because people are speaking about, I didn't want to repeat anything like, and they are the best, in that area. And so this is why where if you have focused and in each conditions where you wanted to go for a individual group, or sometimes even combination of it. Triangulation can be done, and no right, no wrong. This is what. So if you can do it, this one, winner. You are going to be a winner, and I feel all are going to be doing now. I could able to really see in my eyes, like everyone is now going to take one. So here, I don't know how many I could be able to know. So 391 qualitative research is going to come. Wow. This is going to be a very good initiative, and I'm so happy, and I can take any questions, but make sure that don't put me into CPR a kind, because it's with limited knowledge which I'm really presenting on. And and would like to really thank you for giving me a chance to talk to our community, Indian community, especially. Proud that I'm from that place, and thank you so much, Dr. again, Nirmala, to give me this opportunity to talk to our people. And thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll take it up. And I think I will stop sharing my, the PowerPoints, and good thanks. Thanking everyone who attended this particular session, and and the people who have organized with Dr. Nirmala and Kanchana, she's my classmate, and everyone. And stay safe, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, if you have any queries, please post in chat box. Participants, if you have any queries, please post in chat box.
I think there are no questions.
No questions. Yes, ma'am.
Nothing went in.
No, Dr. Vidya, I know you will do the justice to the topic, and but you gave a very clear-cut picture of data collection techniques in qualitative data studies. Definitely, it will be helpful for the nurse researchers who want to try qualitative studies. Thank you so much. It was a really very well done topic by you. It is very helpful for the people. Thank you so much. I think you are well experienced. Now you keep saying that you're not experienced, but as compared to us, because we want to try out the qualitative studies, you have already tried out. I think you are a little ahead of us. So you gave so many
little only, but the thing is that, we are having a fear. That is why always I feel like nurses having a fear to really step in.
Yes.
So if you step in, then trying to, go up is really easy. So I also feel the same in the beginning, that it is so difficult, but it is easy, to be frank.
It was the clear idea. It was my first idea to propose this topic. I
It's
know the
beautiful,
Indian nurses,
beautiful.
we don't take up this qualitative studies because we are not experienced. So I want it to be an eye opener for everyone. That's the reason we chosen this topic.
Yeah,
I
it's
hope
so
it is
beautiful.
helpful.
Yeah, it's so beautiful, Nirmala ma'am. And congratulations to you.
Thanks, Vidya and Dr. Gerald. I think I should thank you also for introducing Dr. Gerald also to us. We'll
Yeah,
keep trying.
Of course.
yeah. Ma'am, can I speak a little bit? Just 1 minute.
Yes, please.
Okay, I put my hand up. I think you hadn't said. So just to build on what Dr. Vidya has mentioned, I have shared also additional materials, some guidelines that you can share with the participants, plus the updated version of my presentation. I'm sure they'll find it very useful. So these are things that will help them to go deeper with what the various people have shared, especially from the methodological aspects, which will be making it easier. I just wanted to say again, thank you, Doctor, and all the presenters.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerald.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sridevi, ma'am, do you have any question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Very good presentation, ma'am. Ma'am, for interview method, you have said about, I want to have some example, ma'am. For interview method of qualitative research, like example, quality of life among infertile women, like that, we can do a research statement can be selected, ma'am. Can you give me an example for a focus group interview, ma'am? What sort of study we can do in that by using that method of data collection?
Okay, that's what in the sessions which I said about the focus group, in the sense you want to collect more opinions of people. You know, where you are doing a qualitative, quality of life. You said about to collect it, and you want that individual responses to make sure that your how the quality of life, because you may have a kind of sensitive topics which in build on especially infertility and so on. So you have to think of, some of the sensitive topic, of course, you cannot just really can share it in a group. So that goes into interview, and but focus group can focus on opinions, and you wanted to just really quickly understand something to make a strategic point of view. You wanted to know how things are moving on, and for example, like case study analysis, which we have done in our classroom. So we were not knowing that it is better, it is good. Every quantitative study says that it is good, but how far and how much and what role competencies they are achieving is not very clear. So that we made sure that the students' point of view, the opinions when we collect, the focus group will be the better, because you have many opinions from many people and you can have a different opinion from different people. So that's what the focus group will help us.
Thank you so much.
Just a comment, Dr. Vidya have nicely explained a point to add. When you are doing interview in qualitative research, we generally conduct two type of interview, either the in-depth interview, which generally we do with single individual, and focus group discussion, where 8 to 10 participants are invited together. Same question is answered by everyone. The intention in focus group discussion is when somebody says something, other person's brain also get triggered, and he brings out many other things which even when he was individual, he may tend to forget it. You just see in classrooms when we ask one question, one student answer, then everybody start answering, and then the many answers comes out. So focus group discussion is very important method of data collection in qualitative research. But unfortunately, as Dr. Vidya said, that there are certain sensitive issues, confidential issues, where you can't discuss them into group and people just want to say them individually in a private setting. Their idea is only the left option remains with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Over to MC.
Thank you, Vidya ma'am. Your presentation was very clear. You explained to us the types of data collection, the skills we need to possess, the practical issues we need to overcome during the data collection, and also the importance of probing while collecting data in qualitative research. Ma'am, I think the participants here will feel free to take up qualitative studies after listening to your presentation. And we see many comments complimenting your presentation, your explanation, and your slide preparation, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We are really very happy to see you on the virtual platform today. Thank you once again. Thank you, ma'am. We will move on to the next session for today. Data are just summaries of thousands of stories, and these stories help us make the data meaningful. The goal of analysis is to turn data into information and information into insight. Here we have a very famous personality, Dr. Suresh Kesharma, to talk about analysis and presentation of qualitative data, which is the most significant part of qualitative research. Sir has completed his BSc Nursing in 2000 from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, MSc Nursing in 2005 from National Institute of Nursing Education, Chandigarh, PhD from Department of Public Administration, Punjab University, Chandigarh in 2010. Sir has also completed 3 postdoctoral fellowship programs, International Postdoctoral Fellowship in Nursing at University of California, USA, Postdoctoral Fellowship of Nursing Research, Society of India, Fellow ICN Leadership Program, Global Nursing Leadership Institute in Geneva, Switzerland. Sir has climbed his professional ladder from the lecturer to the post of principal in various institutions and is currently working as a professor and principal, College of Nursing, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Jodhpur. Sir is also currently the president of Society of Perioperative Nursing and Society for Critical Care Nursing. Sir has added many awards and honors to his credit. Few of those are University Rank Holder in BSc Nursing Program, Florence Nightingale Award, University Gold Medal for standing first in the MSc Nursing, and has also pursued the Dharma Scholarship during his PhD degree and Best Teacher Award at AIMS Rishikesh in 2018. Sir has completed around 16 short-term training courses at national level and 5 short-term training courses at international level and has undertaken many national level assignments by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the Government of India. Sir has been a guest speaker, presenter, and panelist in many forums at national and international level, visited around 11 different countries, has organized and attended many conferences, and has involved countless academic activities. His publication and research work includes: Sir has authored and edited around 11 textbooks, authored chapters in around 45 books, and has reviewed 4 books, has published nearly 105 original research articles, has been funded with 7 extramural research projects and 35 intramural research projects, has guided around 50 UG projects, 35 PG dissertations, and 9 doctoral theses. He is also the editor and peer reviewer for many journals. We are very happy to have such a versatile person with us today to talk about analysis and presentation of qualitative data. We welcome you, sir, and the session is open for you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, for the kind words. At outset, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Nirmala and her team for inviting me to address the August gathering and talk about the most difficult part of qualitative research. I also brings the greetings from my desert state, Rajasthan, which is hot at the moment. Temperature is touching around close to 40 degrees centigrade, and COVID is also booming back. With this, nurses are frontline health workers who are fighting with COVID, and within the COVID, there is a lot many qualitative research can come out how the frontline health workers are feeling with COVID, how the patients are feeling with COVID, how the people are feeling with vaccine, and what they feel about the treatment and how the changes they feel in the life and what is their mindset about life and health, and so many other qualitative research ideas has emerged out of this pandemic. And in addition, there are many more. If give me a minute to share my slides and then I'll continue my talk. Hope you can see my slides.
Sir. Yes.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's visible, sir.
Yes.
Go on.
Okay, and my slides are moving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's
Okay,
moving.
perfect. So, as I mentioned, qualitative data analysis and presentation is most difficult part of qualitative research. And most of us can think about qualitative research, but we hold ourselves when we think about data analysis because tons of data we brings when we do qualitative research. But my dear friends, if you pay the attention for next 45 minutes, I believe the fear will be not disappearing, but fear will be definitely reduced for taking up qualitative research. You had deliberations yesterday, you had deliberations today in morning, and there might have been detailed discussions why it is important to take qualitative research in nursing sciences. We see in and out more quantitative research happening with our partners in healthcare industry, that is doctors and other paramedical disciplines, where they primarily depend on quantitative research because they deal more with quantitative data, numerical data, where nursing is more of art than science. I will say it is oldest art and it is young science or it is emerging science. And it is a science which is not purely dealing with numerical component as in drug and device, but it deals with holism of an individual. An individual does not come with just a structure, but comes with psych emotions, comes with social component. I say psychosocial component and spiritual component in addition to the structure and physiology of the body. So qualitative research is very important for any young science or emerging science because body of knowledge is developed only through qualitative research. I'll be saying that development of concepts happens through qualitative research where we understand social phenomena in natural setting, giving a due emphasis on meanings and experiences and views of participants rather than just numbers. You all might have seen, I'm just revising it, that we do different type of qualitative research, be it ethnography, where we portray about the stories of culture of people. We talk about phenomenology, where we talk about individuals' experiences about an event, and we do grounded theory, where we try to know in depth about the phenomena which are very less known, and we try to ground a theory based on the which is grounded on data. We do participatory action research where individual and groups are asked about their own personal being and social cultural setting and experiences through which we bring out the solutions for like ongoing problems. Historical research where we look into the systemic collection and evaluation of data which happened, the phenomena or the event has happened in past. Case studies we do in-depth investigation of single or small number of units. This now, if we talk about qualitative data analysis, we all very well know that it is defined as a process of systemically searching or arranging the interview transcripts, observation notes, and other non-contextual textual material that researchers accumulate to increase the understanding of phenomena. Dr. Vidya was talking about the tools of data collection, where she mentioned about interviews, she mentioned about observations, and she mentioned about other means of data collection, that is video recording or photography of events and so on. So you have the transcribed interviews, you have recorded interviews, you have observation notes, you have non-textual pictorial or videos of the observations you have made. And you have to analyze this data by systemically searching for meaningful information out of it. And it is labor intense work because you have large amount of data. My humble request from participants to mute yourself Otherwise, I'll stop here and will not go further. Thank you. So I said that it's a labor-intense work. And what is the biggest problem with non-English speaking people is we have a very tight hand in our language, and that gives us more difficulty in analyzing the qualitative data. So other thing is you have to have a good inductive and deductive reasoning capability when you think about qualitative data analysis. A good hold on a language on which you have collected the information and which you are going to translate and transcribe and develop your manuscript for publication. The purpose of data analysis for qualitative data is to organize and provide a structure and elicit a meaning out of data which you have collected. In qualitative studies, data collection and data analysis happens simultaneously. In many of the cases, the data has been collected, data has been analyzed, and then realize that you go back and again understand this, which has been yet not giving much meaning to you. The search for important themes and concepts being from the moment data collected and you continue underway till you draw a meaningful information out of it. But points of focus in analysis of a text data is primarily message content is very important. In addition, you also evaluate the attitude of speaker towards message. That's why we talk about memoing. I'll be talking in my subsequent slides about memoing, because the same meaning said with two different attitude, the message content changes its whole meaning. That's why we say that in a qualitative research, the person who is collecting data is tool in itself, because he's not only recording the content, but he's also observing attitude of a person, the surrounding of the person who is giving information. Person saying I'm rich, but surrounding says no, he can't be rich, he's a poor. So you just doing a memoing of it once you end your data collection, or once you end your interview, or once you end your observation. So the content, the attitude, and contextual data which you are observing is very important. Whether the content of the message meant to represent individual or group said idea is again very important. Whether it's his own feeling or it's a group feeling or it's a larger group feeling is very important. That's why Dr. Vidya was emphasizing in his presentation about these components when you collect the data, because data collection and analysis is an integrated part in qualitative research. The degree to which speaker is representing actual and hypothetical experience, it's very important. Whether he himself experienced it, whether he himself lived it, or he is hypothesizing based on what he heard from other, because then meaning will be very different. What are the features for qualitative analysis? People differ in their experiences and understanding of reality. Same thing, people may perceive it differently. Every individual may have a different perception. So therefore, data saturation is very important if you are understanding every context. Social phenomena can't be understood outside its own context. So you have to submerge within the social context and then try to understand it. The person who tells about that social context is maybe his own opinion or feeling, but may not be true about that. So it is very important to submerge, spend sufficient time and understand it. The qualitative research can be used to describe phenomena or generate theories to ground on data. Understanding of human behavior emerges slowly and non-linearly. You can't quickly do it. You have to, have a lot of patience and time. Exceptional cases may yield insight into the problem and new ideas for further inquiry. So these are the key features of analysis when you're analyzing. I'm probably repeating what you have heard in morning presentations or yesterday, but this is very important when we talk about analysis. The understanding of these components is very important. I will not be repeating it in depth, but just touching upon comparison of qualitative and quantitative. The purpose of qualitative and general nature is it is subjective. That's why it is not, it is not regarded as a very high quality of repetition or replicability of data, and that's why the objectivity is missing. Study variables in qualitative research, you have just rough idea, but not you can't very well know them in beginning. Aim is to detailed description, and research problem is inductively you are reasoning out and you are emerging them gradually. Planning, you design, emerge gradually. You can't plan if I have a firm plan. Research design, you might have had in detail phenomenology, grounded theory, ethnography, case study, historical research. Tools are very less formally structured. As Dr. Vidya was saying, that you have a participatory observation or in-depth interview, FGDs, and these are the major tools we use. In data, you are taking in-depth exploratory. Analysis is descriptive coding, indexing, and narrations, and results are illustrative explanations and individual responses in verbatisms rather than just summary tables. So possibly you collect data by a document study, or you observe it, or you interview people, or you do the focus group. So IDI focus group, your observations and document study, which Dr. Vidya have very nicely highlighted. This is the way you have a data with you. And I said that the new methods of data collection also emerges when you are. Dear participants, please mute yourself. So the new methods of data collection. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Please mute. Dear participants, please mute your audio and video, please. Please don't interrupt.
So as I said that you can't hear me. Please, organizers, confirm whether you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
So then it is the person who is saying it is your system's problem. Please check your internet connectivity and don't disrupt in between. Write your messages in chat box, because if once the flow is disrupted, the thoughts get blocked. Thank you. So the new methods of data collection also emerges when you are proceeding in the data collection in research. And as I said, the data collection and data analysis, go simultaneously. And in this way, they go keep doing, and then finally you do the analysis and reporting. Now, important concept into analyzing the qualitative data is, once the data collection has to be in natural setting, your concept of data collection is in holism and human as a research instrument. And design emerges, and data saturation or redundancy is very important before you decide for data analysis. You might be just experiencing that I'm talking about more of data and data collection and emerging rather than true data analysis, because this isn't part of data analysis, because they go hand in hand. Now I will be beginning the ABCD of qualitative data analysis approaches, and that happens either in deductive approach or inductive. And this depends on what kind of phenomena you are dealing with. Deductive approach of analysis is used when you are analyzing qualitative data based on structure that is predetermined by researcher. Now, let's give an example here. If you are studying the nurses' experience while being a frontline healthcare providers during peak time of COVID-19, any one of the children have selected areas. Now, here you know that the nurses might be expliciting distress, anxiety, stress, agony, pain, displeasure. You know that this is going to be intended outcomes. You use the data analysis approach that is deductive in nature. Researcher can use questions as a guide for analyzing data, because you already have predetermined thematic questions which you have asked the people, and you can use those for analyzing the data. This approach is quick and easy and can be used in researcher as a fair idea about likely responses going to receive from sample population, as I have given example. Now, inductive approach is used when you know nothing about it and you just trying to dig it out. Let's say, take an example here. You have a tribe, and tribe population have deliveries at home. Whole pregnancy continues without any testing. Now they have new knowledge, they have smartphones also. Now, how they feel once the pregnancy is continued without antenatal assessment and pregnancy once a term then it is delivered at their place by their family members, how these women feels. They may feel good, they may feel bad, we have no idea about it. So in this case of type of data analysis, you use the inductive approach. It's more time consuming, and inductive approach is often used when researchers have very little or no idea about research phenomena, what's going to be. There could be some more difficult examples for this. Now, you see this how we go for analysis. In deductive approach, we have focused question, 3, 4, 5 questions. We ask them. We code and group the answers from different participants, and then we give verbatim explanations under each theme, which is the commonly used method of data analysis in qualitative research. Inductive approach is primarily used in grounded theories, where vast amount of data from multiple sources, general questions of phenomena are there, and conceptual analysis by coding, categorization, theming happens, and we are over searching themes, theory, and finally we draw a model. This is how the two approaches are used. As I said, this is commonly used when you're beginning research, when you're a novice qualitative researcher, and when you become expert qualitative researcher, you use the inductive approach. Then you do the grounded theory development, and you do micro theory or major theory later on. Now, what are the general steps of qualitative data analysis? Let us understand first again the data analysis, the collection and to the data analysis. You use observations, you have field notes, you have protocols, you have interviews, you have audio recorded, you have transcriptions which you have written from field notes. And what you do is you do code and analyze. You do it manually, or you may use the computer. Let us understand the flow of data analysis. You have a research question, a rough research question which could be refined later on. You have a design which could be, there could be emerging other design. And you collect the data by interview, medical illustrations, you have the pictures. You may observe something, and then you have transcribed text out of it. Transcription of text can happen simultaneously. It can be recorded, and later on it can be transcribed. And once you have this, then you proceed to identify theme related to the original research question. Use memo and annotations for it. And how you do it? You do by reading and segregating. Rereading, and segregating. I'll be talking in detail how you do that. Then you develop categories. How you do develop categories? By use of memos and annotations. Then coding of selected data and categories that you do by creating a shape tree nodes, and you retrieve data coded in categories, and finally you relate and create an association between these categories, and that is creating more. And finally you go to synthesizing and making sense out of data, that is exploration of relationship between different categories, seeking patterns and relationships, and mapping data relationship. I'll be discussing in detail about every of these steps. And finally, rechecking for new ideas and until saturation. So you may go back and collect the data, because there are certain things which are still not connecting to each other, or there is insufficient information or insufficient explanation. Go back and collect the data from same participants, and then again transcribe and follow the same process till you draw a meaningful information. It's a tedious job. Now, data analysis in general steps. Although different analytical processes are used, as I said, deductive or inductive, deductive for novice researchers, inductive for the expert researchers in qualitative research. There are 4 basic steps for qualitative analysis, and these steps are similar to what generally we know the qualitative content analysis. And any qualitative approach, the analysis starts with the step of content analysis, and content analysis ends generally with the interpretation of descriptive. Further analysis to raise the data to abstraction form and needed for some other approaches. Now, in general, first thing is we need to prepare our data. And how we prepare qualitative data is to inductive approach in qualitative research begins with data collection. So I said that data analysis begins with data collection. Data collection continues till you draw a meaningful inferences or relationship or meaning out of this data. Each recorded data set from individual interview or focus group discussions or conversations should first transcribed and edited. You can transcribe when you are conducting interview if you know the shorthand. Otherwise, you do the recording and you do memoing, come back home, listen it once, twice, and do the transcription. And researchers may decide on unit of data, what can be analyzed to further help in organizing. And unit can be whole interview from one individual or all the interviews which are transcribed from one family or one group of people or one focus group discussion. Many researchers may not form any such unit at the beginning of analysis, and they accept each transcription as a separate, and then the essential aspect of the preparation is to ensure the participants' account are truly represented in the transcript and transcribing your data. So the preparation includes the you have a truly clearly transcribed data in your hand, and you may decide unit right, you may decide later, and unit could be individual, unit could be family, unit could be group. Now transcribe and prepare data as soon as interviews are completed, because later on you may forget. So either you have a recording or you do it once the interview is completed. Then researchers who have large amount of content will need assistance in transcription. 1 hour of interview may require 4 to 6 hours of transcription. And researcher has to edit of transcription by listening audio tapes. And it may also get validated by the second person who listens to audio tape and validate whether what you have transcribed is truly what have been said by person. You will not have added your version or your perception or your biases. Include words or connotations that are missed to maintain accuracy in transcription. The data, including field notes, should be organized with date, time, identification of number, or pseudo names you can give because you want to have anonymity. Assigning numbers and pseudonyms are very important to ensure confidentiality of participants on field notes or the transcription of interviews. Now, once you have done transcription, you have edited the transcription, you have got validated the transcription of the data, then now you are ready for reading. So reading and reflecting is the next step. So reading the data as a whole, reflecting on what participants are sharing gives an initial understanding of narrations. Reading and rereading of transcribed text from an interview gives understanding about context of information, situation, event, actions related to phenomena of interest before data can be analyzed for concept or themes. Reading and reflection helps the researcher to get immersed in data, understand the perspective of participants to decide the analytical framework for further data analysis. And the texts are read, researchers may jot down points and or questions that striking on usual and does or does not support the assumptions. Such reflective notes assist the researcher to decide on questions to be asked further interview. And similarities and differences can be identified in the interview text from other participants. These initial reflections do not complete data analysis, but provide a platform for data analysis. So what you are doing, you are reading, rereading, and reflecting what it wants to say. I'll give you examples so you'll understand how we reflect. So when we reflect, we draw the code and we categorize and do the reading. So reflection and coding, I'll explain here. Once you have read and reread, you sort out and categorize the data. And you manifest the content as a code, and this manifest content analysis gives you an important code, and latent content analysis gives you category. Now, the codes are actually the understanding or meaning of what the whole story is saying. So it could be in vivo code, like you participants exact expressed word, or you may interpret and give a code to it. And there are 3 types of code: open coding, the initial organization of raw data sense of it, and axial coding is interconnecting the linkage between two categorizing the codes, and selective coding is formulating the story through the connected categories. Now let's see here example of codes and reflection. This is a text transcription of a woman she's talking about brutality of a husband, and she's saying, my husband, even he is at home. No one understood me at that time. Everyone started scolding me when the child, she's talking about, even he, my husband, started, what did you do to my child? What do you do? Actually, it was a child got burned. And she's talking about how family reacted and responded to child's burn. And were viewing unwanted things. They started seeing at me. Voice was vocally. Everyone think like me about this about me, and what sin did I do? Why did this happen to me and my child? Like that is become difficult for me. So professionally, the professionals scolded us. So even healthcare professionals scolded. This is actually the accidental burn happened by this lady to the child. So how family reacted, how the healthcare professionals reacted. So you draw not understood, scolded, accused, shunned, unwanted words, guilt, scolded in vivo, accused, unwanted, terrible wound. So say by pouring water over the head of all, slowly remove that dressing and raw, bloody wound. So she just expressed and says so terrible wounds. So you are drawing the codes out of what the story has been written. So I think you understood how the reflections were made and how codes were drawn. Now, coding can be done manually, or you also can use some softwares like NVivo and Atlas TI6 can be used for drawing these codings from narrations. If you have English version of narrations, they don't accept other languages, but they accept English. When using manual coding folders, filling cabinets, wallets, etc., can be used to gather the material that, for example, similar themes are analytical. So you can arrange them in that order. Computer-based coding, you can have the raw files, and you can use that to store in the computer. So let's say this was a research question about leaders are born or bred, and then the element of coding was leadership practice, and these codes came: born leaders, bad leaders, and leadership effectiveness. Now, next is categorization. Once you have read, reread, reflected, and codes were drawn, now you categorize it. Categorizing is grouping the similar codes and collection of similar data, sorting out and drawing a similar category for them. And this could be descriptive level or abstract level. Now, you have to think, rethink what fits into this, read again, try to make a sense, and need to code a new code sometimes required, and emerge a new code and then a new category. Developing category is a conceptual coding structure. Codes are grouped, compared, contrast, and sometimes category or subcategories drawn out. Let us see here with the same example. These were the codes which come out from that story which was told by a woman who accidentally burnt the child. So guilt, blaming self, scolded, accused, and difficult to care, support, no support, loss of weight, tired, terrible wound, terrible pain, experiencing similar pain, lost happiness, changed routines, worry, work, time with child is the priorities. So these were codes came out. Now category and subcategory, these codes gives a category of self-blame. She was having guilt, she was blaming self, ki mera galti se, because of my mistake, the child burned. And then, shamed and ridiculed by the family members and healthcare professionals, scolded, accused, slandered, unwanted words were used. So you draw a subcategories and shame and ridicule. You must have a language command for drawing these categories. Now, difficult to care, no support, so there was a physical trauma. There was emotional trauma because she was saying that terrible mood, or I started experiencing similar pain. And then balancing work and caregiving, because they were saying there was no time for child was the priority. Said caregiving was not available. So balancing work and caregiving. So these were the categories or subcategories were drawn, and then you have from these subcategories again you draw two subcategories or three subcategories brings one category that is like facing blame. So it was either the self-blame or blame by others. So this is facing blame. Physical trauma, emotional trauma, so enduring the burn injury or trauma of injury. And then out of these all, you brought sustaining the survival, because it's a balancing between work and caregiving. Out of these all categories, this is the last step that is bringing out the theme, that is double trauma, burn and play. So this is a theme which you may agree, you may change it, but this is how the flow moves. Actually, you have transcribed context of data or words from where you bring out the codes, which you can do using computer or you can do yourself. This also can happen now through computer, but you manually also can do a subcategories, then categories, and finally the themes. I think this flow is very clear. Now, continuum categories. So you have codes, you have subcategories, and finally brings the category, which I've explained. Similar codes are grouped. They are developed as a subcategory, and two or more subcategory brings out the category, and that gives you description of phenomena, interpretation and abstract form, and that gives you a theme. Now, memoing is very important. Memoing is a researcher's record of analysis, thoughts, interpretations, questions, directions for further data analysis. Memoing can happen immediately after interview. Memoing can happen when you are reading and rereading and reflecting. And you're drawing the chords, subcategories, and categories. Elaboration of thoughts which you are trying to interpret. Initial or early memoing can happen immediately after data collection. Advanced memoing can happen later while you're drawing the codes, categories, and subcategories. Now, this is an example of memoing. One of the early memoing of burn study, which we were talking about. Extensive wound on 24 June 10 a.m. after coding interview text from 3 families. So here he did a coding for 3 families, and he found some beliefs, some interpretations took out of these 3 families interview. He have read and did a codes for it. So he did a memoing. This memoing helps when he draw the category, subcategory, category, themes, and then he's bringing about the interpretations about it. Now, as I said, that the last step is developing theme, and maybe you are developing conceptual framework when you're doing grounded theory or ethnography. And finally, the theory. So these are threads together of all the categories and bringing one theme in which all the categories fit. Now, phenomenologists will ask about center essence of structure of lived experiences. Ethnographers ask about the linking of category about cultural themes. And too many categories or themes may indicate the analysis is premature. If you have too many categories, you have too many themes, it means still the analysis is premature and it requires to be reviewed, and you bring out the least possible themes out of it. Like a double trauma theme was brought out of all those 20 to 25 codes which were given in initially. Now, phenomenology and ethnography, the analysis may end up by identifying themes. But if you have grounded theory, then you have to have the interpretational description and you have to develop a conceptual. In real world situation, individuals develop their own strategies and process to deal with core issues of these situations. Identifying process is stepping stone, and developing a grounded theory is an ultimate state of qualitative data analysis in a true sense. Now, summarizing data is very important. You have the themes, and to support the themes, you use the real propositions and link research findings to the trying to hypothesis and assumptions which you have taken. Generally, we don't keep hypotheses, we keep assumptions, and then we try to, or aims or objective, you're trying to link these findings with that. And when writing data analysis chapters, use noteworthy quotations of a transcript in order to highlight the major themes and or contradict the major themes. And important notes of this process is kept. And now we have other methods of qualitative data analysis where you can have the quasi statistics coming out of it, you have flow charts coming out of it, from models coming out of it. That's where you are summarizing and presenting your data. You may put into a table where you are preparing a comparative table where you are comparing to contrast the positive support, the themes which are supporting, themes which are negative, or you say that these were the opportunities and challenges. So this is how contrasting, comparing, you're trying to put those, or you just have a themes and narrations, or you can have a final model out of it. This is how you summarize. So qualitative data analysis could be content data analysis, where the most of the common examples of qualitative data analysis, it refers to the categorization and tagging of theme analysis, and can include combining the results of analysis of behavioral data and deeper insights. Narrative analysis, as I said, you have a themes and you have the verbatisms under that. You have discourse analysis, in which the people of social and cultural context, particularly useful for your focus is on building the strengthening the bond and something. You have framework analysis. I said that this you commonly used in grounded theories. You have grounded theory itself, and this is again summarized here, the content, theme, and textual and discourse analysis which we do. Content analysis we do to categorize common words, phrases, and ideas of qualitative data. Thematic is identifying, interpreting patterns of themes, and textual is examining the content, structure, and design of text, and discourse is communication, how language achieved that. Specific in different disciplines we use it. Content analysis in market research, thematic in psychology, textual in media, and discourse in political science. Now, we use computer in qualitative data analysis very hugely, which is used, and there are free softwares which are available, but you require to have data in either pictures, or if videos, then in English, which is acceptable to those softwares, and if you have transcribed interviews, then those should be in English language, because we don't have in Hindi or Indian languages these softwares. It is possible to conduct quality analysis by computer. Concerns are they rely too much on computer, can shortcut and can mislead your themes. But yes, we need to believe. The advantage is it makes your life very easy. And these are the softwares which are available free in market, which you can use for data analysis. And what you require for using computer software for qualitative data analysis, first install this in your computer, learn how to operate it. There are YouTube videos freely available for it. Prepare the source of document which you are going to use, the textual format in English, and open a project and study unit, and import the text or audio or video or picture sources for these softwares, and read the important content documents, so that you can understand that whether the software which has given is really what it should give. And select the segments of text, insert the codes, categories, memos, and quotations, search, sort, manage categories, manage quotations, and mapping of concepts and layering and linking can be done by yourself, and producing report and metrics, and exporting data and printing your report for writing a paper. So the quality of qualitative studies is, we use these 4 terms. Credibility, that is truth value of the data which you are saying, refers to credentials of truth value of the finding. Transferability means applicability. What are the potential use of this information? Dependability means you have these, if you again go and do the same study, the same type of data is going to come. Conformability is again same potential congruence between, if in similar setting it is repeated very closely, the data you will be bringing. Qualitative research are not without disadvantages. Unreliability, you can't rely whether this information is, you can't generalize it. It's very subjective. Limited generalizability, as I said, labor intense, lot of hard work is required, and premature closure is a risk many times, because you get exhausted by the time you start analyzing and proceed ahead. To sum up, qualitative data analysis is a complex process that demands much of reading, rereading, thinking, reflection on part of researcher. Beyond the differences in data analysis in different qualitative methods, coding, categorizing, developing themes are essential phase of data analysis in all the cases. And researchers should avoid premature conclusion and ensure that the findings are comprehensively represented by the participants' account, but not on feeling. It is difficult, but once you do it, you enjoy it, and this is a true discovery in itself in emerging science like this. Thank you so much for listening me patiently. Now let us answer some questions. This is for participants. and then I'll give you scope for answering questions from me. Let me check whether you have paid your attention. You should, one of you who will be the first ask, organizers will allow to answer. In qualitative research proposal, you would not expect to see A research question, B research aim, C hypothesis, and operational definition.
Hypothesis, sir. Hypothesis.
Very good. This is hypothesis because we use assumptions. Second is the process of making segments of data with symbols, descriptive words, or category name is known as
Coding.
coding. Absolutely correct. Third is an advantage of using computer program for qualitative data is that they can reduce time required for data analysis, helping in sorting and organizing data, make many procedures available that are really done by hand.
All of the above.
Which one?
All of the above, sir.
All of the above. Great. Next is, this is a process of transforming qualitative research data from written interview or field note into typed text, which is called as
Transcription.
transcription. Wonderful.
Transcription.
Great. So that's it about the questions. Thank you very much. And I was very happy that answers were very quick. So probably my purpose of this talk has been achieved. Thank you very much. Now, if you have any questions, most welcome.
Sir?
Participants can write their questions and organizers can take these questions.
So there is a question. Why
Yes,
qualitative? So why qualitative research is not encouraged in nursing? Sir?
Who said that it is not encouraged? It is very well encouraged. The problem in country like India, where the faculty themselves are not capacity builded in qualitative research. I am very thankful to Dr. Nimla, who has taken up this initiative, and she has brought up this idea, and we are discussing about it. So when they are not confident, they don't want student to take up this topic because they know that if he will fall in the sea, he will die down, and I won't be able to save him because I don't know swimming. So that's the reason that it is not promoted. The second reason is we try to copy our role models, and our role models are biomedical scientists, that is our doctors in country. What they do, we believe that's the best, and they are the goals. So they primarily deal with drug and device, and they deal with quantitative research. Biomedical research is a quantitative research. Nursing is a science which is biomedical psychosocial science, which has to have a balance of quantitative and qualitative research. So once the medicos do not do it, they are in most of the decision making for us. So they believe that this is not a research. It is qualitative research is not a research because they neither study nor they do. That's another reason of the qualitative research is discouraged in countries like India, where the decision makers and driving people in the healthcare delivery system are doctors but not nurses. But in the countries where the nurses are driving healthcare delivery system and funding and planning, qualitative research is happening to a very large extent, like a country US, where the equal weightage is given and people equally choose these topics. But people try to remain away who has a very limited time to complete their thesis or dissertation because it's time consuming and sometimes you can't predict how much time it's going to take. Hope I could answer your question. I could see Keka.
Yes, sir. There is another
Yes,
question.
Keka.
It's all.
Colonel Keka, we can't listen to you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Colonel Keka.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Are you able?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much for the informative session, sir. Sir, I had a query. regarding sir, the techniques of data collection in a qualitative study. Observation appears to be one technique of data collection, sir. Sir, if we observe and
Yes.
collect by means of observation, then how do I transcribe and translate that data? Like if I got something in as a tape recorded form, or if I am using that method of making field notes and collecting the data in a qualitative portion, that is okay. I can understand I got something material and which I can transcribe and take out the codings later on. What about the observation method, sir? If I observe, then how do I do the transcribing and then further?
Yes, I think this is a very important question. In observation, generally you do the photography, you do the video recording,
Yes, sir.
and you do the concurrent video recording or concurrent photography. Like in medical science, you are looking forward the patient's expression at early trauma, late trauma, and subsequently how he is responding as the time is passing. So you keep taking his photographs of the face. And these photographs can be analyzed by softwares. You also can analyze the photographs. In this, what are the emotions expressed? And there are emotion ergometry analyticals, which you can use what it is conveying to you. The people who are expert of reading the facial expressions will tell you what are the emotions going in mind. Like the palm readers or face readers. Similarly, right, the people who look for facial expressions can tell whether the patient is happy or disgusted or in pain or other situations. So in observation, generally you do the photography, you do the video recording. Third thing is you can write down your observations which you see there, what you have observed there. So that can be transcribed into the textual data. So this is how you do the recording for when you use observation as a method of data collection.
Right, sir. Sir, if we use only observation, then only observation, or can we use this observation technique concurrently with our field notes or with the data collection,
yes,
semi-structured interview?
Yes, Dr. Vidya highlighted. Yes, Dr. Vidya highlighted in our presentation that it is always good to use multiple tools for data collection, because your purpose in qualitative research is collecting in-depth data, and one tool cannot be sufficient. So it is always good to have the interview supplemented by observation, or observation supplemented by interview. The principal method could be determined by the kind of phenomena you are dealing with.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Okay,
thank you so much, sir.
I hope you got benefited by my explanation. Thank you for the question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure. Thanks to Dr. Nimla who organized such an event. Kalkeka.
Sir, I have one question. Can I ask?
Please, yes, Marlene, you can ask.
Yes. Sir, I had a doubt regarding, as I am a PhD scholar also, and the study is related to qualitative study in infertility field. And as I was told that you have to take as many as sample you can, and it should be around 400 to 500.
Oh.
But me coming from nursing background, and I'm a clinical embryologist also. So I have been working with infertile patients since last many years, and what I can feel that this study would help me to find out the data. But I do know that there will be data saturation as much as like maybe around 50 patients or maybe 100 patients hardly. So my concern was, how is it possible? Because the grief and the pain what infertile couples feel, up to 50, 100 patients, it would be different. But after that, it will be data saturated. And next thing is, if I ask them for interview and for recording, it's a little bit hard to record because of the confidentiality what we have to maintain while dealing with the couples, those who are undergoing the treatment. So I was a little bit confused, because if I can take the interview as a counselor and embryologist, but recording the data through the recorder would be little like I'm little confused what I'm supposed to do. Like,
Marlene, you had asked me 4 questions in one question. Let me answer one by one. The first thing is whether the 400 or 50, you answered the question itself, that there is a data saturation, and beyond this you are not getting any new information, so end up over there itself.
Okay.
Second question is that whether you can record this confidential information or not. You don't do video recording, but you do the audio recording, and you commit to the participants in writing that you will be maintain confidentiality and you will be using only for research.
Okay.
When you start recording, they can have a pseudonym. They can just put the other name, like in the newspaper we publish the name changed and then they publish it.
Understood.
So they can say any other name and you can do the recording.
Fine, sir.
And ethically, it is very well approved, ethical principles.
Okay.
Now, third thing is whether you would like to have 400 patients from whom you would like to get some information. So you review back your design. If you would like to use a mixed method study, where you want to use a concurrent exploratory design, where you have understood some phenomena and develop a metrometrics, and then you use this to see that how many people feel this which the other people have felt, and you would like to explore this into more, then this could be a mixed method design, and you can initially do on 50 and then see that how many of people out of this sample feels the same feeling, and then you can have 400 or 500 whatever desired sample. I hope, Marlene, I could answer your question. Good to see your mask and you on video.
Yes, sir. Actually, online classes are going on, so I'm working with my patients, as a clinical embryologist also.
Good. So, Marlene, you can take up my number or my email from Madam Nirmala, and then if you get stuck up, phone. Yes, it's difficult, but you can leave a mail to me, and I will try to reply your queries and questions.
I would be honored, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Good. God bless you.
Thank you.
Organizers can take a call on ending of the session, considering the time which is allotted.
Yes, sir. Dr. Sarma, sir, thank you for making the mountaineering task as a simple one. From yesterday, we are listening to so many speakers about the different methods of qualitative studies. And I think it has kindled the interest of the delegates to take up such qualitative studies. But I'm sure they may not be very confident about the data collection and the analysis of this. But you and Dr. Vidya has made a clear pathway for them. I think now many of us will go into the qualitative studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I would like to congratulate you for organizing such a nice event, such an important event. We need to have more and more deliberations and discussions on qualitative research, and we must promote in the country. Thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Over to MC.
Thank you, sir, for your beautiful presentation. The general steps of doing analysis for a qualitative study was very clear. We hope the examples you gave helped us to understand better. So thank you, sir, for explaining the different types of qualitative analysis and the software available. And you made the session very interactive. And thank you for patiently answering all the questions. So we are so much honored to have you with us today, sir. So once again, I'm thanking you. So let's move on to the next session. Apart from the 5 major traditions in qualitative research, we need to understand about the generic qualitative approach, which seeks to discover and understand a phenomenon, a process, or the perspectives and worldviews of the people involved. So the last topic for today by Ms. Maha Yaqub Tashif Al-Dugaishi. And ma'am has completed BSc Nursing in Sultan Qaboos University, Oman in 2008, post-basic diploma in midwifery in 2010, and currently pursuing her Master of Science by thesis in College of Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University. She has 1 year of experience in female medical surgical unit, 3 months experience in Canada during her internship, and 10 years of experience as an independent midwife. and managing and handling normal and high-risk conditions in coordinations with the multidisciplinary team. So the session is over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, my dear. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am, yes.
Can you see my presentation?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. You can't see it.
Ma'am, please share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Okay, dear. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maha, and thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for Dr. Nirmala and her organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to be part of this successful event. And in fact, it is a great opportunity for me to as a student, to learn more about qualitative approach. So also, I would like to extend my thanks to my thesis supervisor, Dr. Vidya and Dr. Gerald, for their continuous support. So today, inshallah, I'm going to talk to you about my experience with generic qualitative research, as it is my study for the thesis. So let me share the screen with you. Is it visible, dear?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, it's not visible.
No, ma'am.
Share screen. Now, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Yeah, very good. So today I'm going to enlighten you with my little experience in qualitative research and give you information a little bit about generic qualitative research, mainly about the process that I went through conducting this type of research. So generic qualitative research focuses on studying different phenomena of interest to scholars using various data collection, data analysis, and presentation methods. It's unlike other established qualitative approaches like phenomenology that focuses on lived experience, ethnography that focuses on culture, ground theory that focuses on theory building. The generic qualitative research is not limited by one research tradition. The generic qualitative research nomenclature. Within literature, there are various names and terms used to describe generic qualitative research. For instance, Merriam referred to this type of approach as a basic or generic qualitative research, whereas Sandalowski call it as a basic or fundamental qualitative descriptive research. Brink and Wood, they describe it is as a level 1 research endeavor. As I mentioned that, unlike other types of qualitative research approaches, that study the phenomena of interest through the lens of only one single methodology, the generic qualitative research seek to either combine several methodologies or approaches, claim no particular methodological viewpoint at all, and also to seek to understand the phenomena of interest from its who, what, where, and why the aspects of that certain phenomenon. It's very important in the qualitative research to talk about philosophical assumptions that underpin certain qualitative approach. So the philosophical underpinning this type of approach, it is inductive process, it is subjective, which means that every participant have their own perspective and every perspective counts. This type of approach is designed to develop and to have a full understanding of the phenomena, an unit insider view, and also it's conducted in a natural setting with the participant that will have that certain phenomenon. It is important to establish trustworthiness and authenticity in the qualitative research. And Dr. Lakshmi yesterday, she elaborated much in this part. It is comparable to establish the quality, the validity, and reliability in the quantitative research. So Littleton and Bupa, they introduce different standards or criteria that are used to assure the quality of the research study, which are the credibility, the confirmability, dependability, and transferability. Credibility, as you know, it is how truthful the research finding is. And as a researcher, there are some strategies that help you to enhance this criteria. For example, by applying prolonged engagements, which means for you as a researcher, you have to deeply engage in the data that you have, immerse yourself in the data by reading and rereading, and also by either applying line by line, which I'm going to explain to you later on. Peer briefing. This is also a very, very important strategy, especially for the novice researcher like me, to set a frequent meeting with your team supervisory, discuss together about the research method, about the themes emerged, and to come to consensus about the final themes. This technique, it will really help you to ensure that your research findings are credible. Triangulation, this is another strategy that can be used by the researcher to enhance credibility. And triangulation means that using different data sources, for example, method triangulation, so you use different type of method, and just now Dr. SRH, he elaborated and he recommended that using different type of data collection method will help you to enhance credibility in your research finding. Member checking. So at the end, one way to do member checking is at the end of each, for example, the interview, you could summarize what has been stated to the participant. This is to make sure that your findings are accurate and based on the participant responses. Transferability, this is the second criteria to ensure the quality of your data, and it's referred to the degree to which how your research finding will be transferred to the different setting or different participants. And it is your responsibility as a researcher to provide a thick description. Thick description means that you have to provide a detailed description about the research methods, about the data collection, and the data analysis. And as we know that the data, our qualitative data and contextual data, it's not transferable, and it is our aim not to generalize the finding because of the situation uniqueness of the data. Also, you can use purposive sampling. Dependability, it means the consistency of the data and how the reader is able to examine the research process, saying that it is logic, it is traceable, and it is clearly documented. Confirmability is referred to the neutrality, means that the research finding is based on what the participants share you, and it is not based on the researcher biases or values or belief. And this is the strategy to enhance this criteria is by doing practice reflexivity. And yesterday, people they talk about reflexivity, and simply it means that critical reflection in yourself, in your values, in your belief, in your previous experience. So here is the process that I went through to conduct this generic qualitative research. So it includes proposal preparation, it includes seeking the ethical approval, selection of the participant, piloting, data collection and data analysis. And as Dr. SRH mentioned, most of the time data collection and data analysis occur simultaneously. And finally, writing the report. I will explain each one of them. Proposal preparations. So as you know that the proposal, it's provide a concise and coherent summary about your proposed research. So you need to identify the topic of the interest. Also, you need to do extensive literature search that will help you to identify the gaps in the literature. Also, it will help you to select the best fitting methodological elements. For instance, in my research project, we borrowed bracketing technique from the phenomenology. And today, Dr. Giral elaborated much about the bracketing. Bracketing means putting aside you as a researcher, your biases, your values, and your beliefs, and even your prior knowledge. In fact, in reality, it is difficult. And also we constant comparison from the grounded theory. And in the coming slide, I will explain to you how we did it. Also, we borrow line by line technique from the phenomenology. And here you have to immerse yourself in the data in order to become familiar with it. And also, as a new proposal preparation, it should include the abstract, the title of the study, the research context, it should include the research question, and also the significance of the research, and of course, it has to include the bibliography. And finally, you have to complete the proposal based on the institutional regulation and guidelines. The ethical consideration. So prior any research study, you have to seek institutional research board. And of course, you have to comply with all the requirements and recommendations. As a researcher, it is your responsibility to safeguard and protect your participants. How can we do that? By adhering to the ethical principles that might help. For example, the informed consent and voluntary participation. So every participant, before participating in your study, you have as a researcher to ensure that they have to sign informed consent, they are competent to do that, after they understand the nature of the study, the objective of the study, and the procedure of data collection. And you have to inform the participant that their participation, it is voluntary, without any coercion. And also, as a researcher, it is your responsibility to inform your participants that the confidentiality and anonymity is going to be preserved throughout the collection, data analysis, and even in the reporting phase. So to enhance the confidentiality, you have to inform them that there is no name will be mentioned during. Instead, we will use the unique coding number. That is the one that will be used during the data analysis and reporting phase. Also, it is also very important to inform your participants that they have the full right to withdraw from the study, either from the individual research question or from the entire study without any consequences. Next is piloting. Piloting is useful for determining the effectiveness and clarity of the tool. And of course, those participants who participated in the pilot study, it will be excluded just to avoid any biases based on their early exposure to that tool. We use the convenience sampling technique in my research study in general qualitative research. This type of technique will allow the researcher to select the participants who are readily accessible and available during that data collection period. And using this type of technique to select participants whose qualities or experience are required for the study. The sample size, as it was mentioned by the doctors in today's session and previous session, that the sample size usually for the qualitative research in general is small compared to the quantitative study. And usually the sample size is reached by the point of data saturation when there is no new information is generated or no new codes of themes by recruiting new participants. Data collection process. So the purpose is to identify and select information-rich participants. It's very important to select those participants whom you perceive that they will provide you with rich experience, and they communicate their experience, their opinions in a reflective and expressive manner. Data gathering methods, as Dr. Rabigeshi elaborated in her session, it includes individual interview, focus group you can use, observation, and document review. Data analysis, it is the most complicated part in conducting the qualitative research, but if you understand the principle, you will be able to do it. Data analysis begins by transcribing the interview and listening to the voice of the participant repeatedly. And as it was stated earlier, that 1 hour of class might take more than 1 hour of the transcript might take maybe more than 5 hours of doing the transcription. It's time consuming and also it's need a lot of focusing from your side. Immersion in the data will enable the transcription to come to the life, and also it helps in a better understanding. Initially, you might have a large number of possible themes will emerge, and then after further analysis and discussion with your team supervisory, smaller number of themes and sub-themes will stand out to capture the experience. In my study, generic qualitative research, we applied thematic analysis. So we use manual analysis by applying the steps of thematic analysis, which include familiarization. Familiarization means you need to be familiar with the data, and you can apply prolonged engagement here. So by reading and rereading, repeated reading of the data, thinking about the meaning that each text unit portrays. Then you do the coding. Coding here by highlighting section of the text. You usually highlight the phrases or you highlight the sentences, and then you give it name as labels or codes. Coding system is very helpful for the researcher because it helps the researcher to focus on certain characteristics of the data. Then generating themes. Themes usually it is broader than code, and usually sometimes you can integrate and combine different code that carry the similar meaning in one themes. And then reviewing the themes. As a novice researcher, you have to sit, as I mentioned, peer briefing with your team supervisory and return back to the data and try to compare the emerged themes that you have and make sure with the data and make sure that this theme that you have, it's useful and accurate representation of that data. And then defining and naming the theme. Defining theme, usually it's involved formulating that. What does each theme means and how figuring out how can these themes help us to understand the data. The final steps is writing up the final analysis of your data. And here I'm showing the practical example from my study. For instance, during familiarization phase, as you can see here, the participant was giving a unique coding number. So here I use the healthcare provider and midwife number 2. In my study, actually, just for your information, my study is to evaluate the antenatal education service provision in Oman from the perspective of healthcare provider and the pregnant woman. So here during this phase, you apply line by line sentence reading and rereading and try to highlight the important phrases and text. And here next to it, as you can see, there are the initial codes started to we created. And then under each code, as you can see, we quoted direct code from what participants have stated to support that particular code. And here the coding process. In fact, in our research, we have 5 research questions. And under each research question, we listed the codes that that's emerged from the data. And then we come up with the final themes after the consensus between the principal investigator and the co-supervisors. So we come up with this list of the themes for the study. And of course, as I mentioned, that you might end up with long list of the themes. However, after you set the peer briefing, some of the themes might be discarded, some of the themes might be combined in one theme. And here the constant comparison, which we borrowed from the grounded theory. So here is the finding from the healthcare provider. And here is the finding from the pregnant woman, from the perspective of the pregnant woman. So here we are combining the finding between both the healthcare provider and the user. And as you can see here in the remark column, this will help us in the discussion phase that to compare our finding of the study and compare it with either existing literature and compare it with the golden standard, for example, international guidelines like WHO guidelines, like NICE guidelines, and PIGA, and so on. This is a final steps of this process, which is writing and reporting. The research finding should be written and communicated to the reader in a coherent, logical, interesting, accessible, easy way for accessible way to be read by the readers. All verbatim quotes used in the reports must be coded with a unique identifier to protect the identity of the participants. Finally, the voice of the different participants should be represented across the result to ensure accurate reporting. To conclude, generic qualitative research provides a vehicle for expressing the voice of those experiencing different phenomena of interest to nursing. And such voices can transform nursing and midwifery practice. And indeed, healthcare services can be serving as the basis for the developing effective, culturally sensitive intervention, resulting in quality healthcare provision for those affected. These are my references that I use for this presentation, and I hope you benefit from my little bit experience. And if you have any question, you're welcome.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can post in the chat box.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes, dear.
Can I ask a question, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, thank you once again for your very lucid presentation, ma'am. I had a question about the coding and the derivation of the themes, ma'am. After coding, what is the difference between sub-theme and theme, ma'am? There are two things merge out after one theme.
Yeah, your voice is breaking, but I hope that I got your question. Is the difference between themes and sub-themes, right? Yes. Actually, the code is highlighting text in your highlighting section in your text, and you can name it as a labels or codes. And the theme itself, it's broader than codes. And sometimes you can combine different codes in one theme. So sub-themes, sometimes it's carry the themes, it's carry the comprehensive meaning, and sub-themes it might not. So sub-themes, sometimes it, other doctors, maybe they can help me to explain it more. So the themes, it's the broader. So sometimes you have code, you will start with initial coding, and then you will have sub-themes from that coding, and then from that sub-themes, you will emerge the main themes where you will formulate the discussion and in your research finding.
Thank you.
The voice have to come out.
The voice is not clear, dear.
Ms. Chatterjee, your voice is breaking.
Yeah, breaking a lot.
Can you post your question in chat box, ma'am? Ma'am, there is another question. How to determine the sample size in any study?
Yeah, as we mentioned that in general, my voice, is it clear, dear?
Yes, ma'am, it's clear.
Yes, in general, in qualitative research, the sample size is small. So the point of data saturation, it's mainly introduced by the grounded theorist. So data saturation means that when you reach to the point where the participants keep repeating themselves, or you are not getting new information, there you will decide that I have to stop here at that particular number of the participants. Usually for the qualitative study, the sample size won't be predetermined earlier. Same like the quantitative study where you need to calculate your sample size.
So, ma'am, dear participants, you have any other queries?
And for example, just to share with you that in my study, since I collected the study is to assess and evaluation the perspective of two groups, the healthcare providers and the pregnant women. So the sample size of mine, it is 30. So 15 healthcare provider, which include different specialty. It include the doctors, who are providing the ANC care, which include the midwives who are there in ANC, and also the senior nurses, because here in Oman, not all the ANC are having a midwife. So we include them since they are providing the ANC services. Also, we have the healthcare provider, we have the general health educator, and that we include them. So we have total of 17 healthcare provider, and we have 15 pregnant women. And the point of saturation also we use it and we apply it in our study where we feel that we reach to the point where there is no new information is given by the participant, we stop. Sorry, just apologize. The pregnant women we have 13, so total of 30. 17 healthcare provider with different specialty and 13 pregnant women. Yeah, any other question?
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Over to MC.
Thank you, Ms. Maha Al-Dugaisi.
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you for sharing your experience. It's always nice to hear the people who have experience. I have a question to you. What tool, the technique of data collection have you used for your study?
Yeah, in my study, we use in-depth structured face-to-face interview. Also, we use the field notes. Because of a little bit, we have a good number of healthcare providers, 17 and pregnant women. I recruited research assistants to help me. So her role was to write the field notes and help me in transcribing the data.
Have you used any software to transcribe your data, or manually have you done it?
Yeah, we done it manually, and it is for as a student and novice researcher, we thought that it will help me to learn more about the data analysis by doing it manually, by applying the thematic analysis.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, and congratulate again for these great events, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to MC.
Thank you, Ms. Maha, for making us aware of a new approach in qualitative research. You have explained all the steps of generic qualitative research process in detail within a short time. Thank you for your presentation and sharing your personal experience. It was really wonderful, and all the best for your future endeavors and completion of your study successfully. Wishes from all of us. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
We are now moving towards the end of today's session. It is not joy that makes us grateful. It is gratitude that makes us joyful. So I invite Professor Kanchana, Head of the Department, Medical Surgical Nursing, to propose the vote of thanks. Good afternoon to everyone. The attitude of the gratitude will take you to the altitude. With immense joy and gratitude, I am here on the behalf of College of Nursing SRH to express my appreciation to everyone. First of all, I thank and praise the Almighty, who is always blessed with us with the good things, especially blessing with the international webinar on qualitative research in nursing. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Managing Trustee for this great support. I had to say that gratitude is a memory of the heart. So with heart full of gratitude, I thank our beloved Principal Dr. T. Nirmala, who is the anchor of our College of Nursing. She is a source of inspiration to conduct this international webinar on qualitative research in nursing.
I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Annie Grace Kalamani Madam, Registrar with Tamil Nadu Nurse and Midwife Council, Chennai, for her keynote address on yesterday. I take the opportunity to thank all the speakers of yesterday's, Dr. Lakshmi Ranganathan, Dr. Tata Venkatesh, Dr. Swag Musai Junaiba, and Dr. S. Sampath Kumar. And today's speakers are Dr. Gerald and Dr. Vidya Session and Dr. Suresh Sharma, Ms. Maha. I extend my sense of thankfulness towards our IT department for the technical support. And it is my pleasure to thank all the committee members whose helping hands to organize the international webinar as a pleasant and successful one. We are extremely grateful to all the participants without whom the webinar will not be a successful one. So we hope you will have a good time with us, which will be a memorable one. I would like to express my appreciation even from the smaller services which received from the others and helped us for the international webinar and qualitative research in nursing. It is my duty to acknowledge all for the same. Once again, I thank one and all. Thank you, everyone.
Dear participants, we have reached the end of the webinar. Thank you all for staying active throughout the webinar, and we really appreciate your enthusiasm. We see the same number of participants till the end of the webinar. Hope these 2 days of webinar was very useful and informative. It was a real eye-opener for all of us, I hope, and has helped us learn more about qualitative research. We as nurses always set boundaries for ourselves and think only about quantitative research studies. Now, after this webinar, we wish all of you to come out of the boundary, have a broader thinking, and let's start moving towards conducting more of quantitative research. Once again, qualitative research. So once again, thank you all. We're very happy that the webinar was really successful, having so many participants till the end of the webinar. Thank you all once again for your active participation and enthusiasm. Kindly make sure you submit your feedback forms before you exit. Thank you all on behalf of College of Nursing, Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences. Thank you once again.
Ma'am, feedback form.
Ma'am, feedback form link is being sent in the chat box.
Ma'am, it is sent in the chat box, ma'am.
Ma'am, please send it again.
Nalini, can you please share again the feedback link?
Yes, sure, ma'am, sure.
Yeah, please share again. Dear delegates, if you submit your feedback, you will receive an e-certificate immediately. And thank you so much for all the speakers and the delegates for patiently listening, being with us for the past 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, may I request you for the PPT, ma'am?
Yes,
of the session?
definitely. All the PPTs will be shared.
It was a very informative session, ma'am, but because of the connectivity issues, the whole session I couldn't attend. Whatever little I could get, it was a very informative session, madam. It is an eye-opener. But
Yes.
if we could get the PPT, it will be beneficial for us to
Yeah,
revise those portions again, ma'am.
we will be sharing the PPT as well as the recorded video.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
please
you.
give us
Thank
some
you.
time. We have to edit the video. Okay, after editing the video, we will share all the sessions will be shared.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
It was a great effort, ma'am. A great effort. Congratulations to the organizers, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Grazie, Baile.
I think we can close the meeting. Dear participants, thank you for your participation. We'll close the meeting herewith. Thank you.